This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Richard Pitt grew up in Thermopolis, but he lived a life straight out of 1980s drug-running movies like Scarface. Now on the other side of 70, Pitt has spent a lot of years thinking about his life. Most of those years were in federal prison in Pennsylvania, where he spent 28 of them. In an exclusive interview, Pitt told Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker how a kid from Wyoming, a Vietnam veteran who'd worked his tail off to become a commercial airline pilot, ended up smuggling for Pablo Escobar.
I've never met a true adrenaline junkie to the extent that Richard Pitt is. In this story, I can only begin to just chip away at the interesting moments of his life, because if you can imagine what it's like to fly under the radar at 300 miles an hour across the ocean in the middle of the night. And I would ask him, how did you do that? And he said, well, you've got to pay attention. And that's how he talks. Everything is not a big deal to him because he's lived it.
Pitt has been out of prison for 5 years and now lives a quiet life in Denver near his daughter, where he continues trying to repair their badly damaged relationship and has been writing his memoirs. It's been 33 years since Wyoming Governor Mike Sullivan stood in his office next to his priest, warring with himself over the execution of convicted serial killer Mark Hopkinson. Wyoming hasn't executed anyone since that day, but it has tried. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to several legal experts about the hurdles that complicate death penalty cases in Wyoming.
It is the task of a lifetime. In particular for Judge Thomas Campbell, back when he was Carbon County attorney, 3 inmates during a botched escape attempt killed a prison guard. Very violent, very brutal. And his reasoning was they were already in prison and it didn't stop them from killing. So I'm going to try these as death penalty cases.
As for why Wyoming hasn't executed anyone in more than 3 decades, former Governor Sullivan said he can make a guess. Part of it is sheer statistics, but he characterized the state's culture as more thoughtful and less bloodthirsty. Well, he's been kicked out of China twice and banned for smuggling Bibles. He's faced rocket fire and bullets in Kabul, Afghanistan, and remembers calling a board member of his ministry from Armenia seeking prayer as he was about to take a suitcase of scriptures into Iran. Those are just a few of the stories that 63-year-old Patrick Klein told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck about his work running a worldwide Christian ministry out of Casper.
He went to a Bible college in Texas, and there he had an opportunity to go to China. And on that trip back in the day, he smuggled some Bibles in, and he met a pastor who had been in prison for 22 years. He asked the pastor, what do you guys need? And he said, we need prayer and we need Bibles. And so that started a ministry since then where he has smuggled thousands of Bibles into China.
Vision Without Borders is also working to help stem trafficking of women in India by creating safe houses and has an ongoing outreach to Cuba, as well as launching cargo containers of clothing and other needed supplies to other countries 2 or 3 times a year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, smoking pot is legal in some states, but it's not in Yellowstone. Starting July 1st, the minimum fine for anyone convicted of simple marijuana possession in Idaho is $300. Fines are higher if charged with possession in Yellowstone, and there's the potential for jail time. So Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to some West Yellowstone cannabis sellers about how they advise their customers about how best to consume marijuana in the region around America's first national park.
I spoke to one manager that there and he says, I constantly get this question about which is safer to go. Should I go back into Idaho? Is that okay? Or should I go in through the park? You are legal to have marijuana for recreational use in the state of Montana unless you're in a national park.
A former deputy chief for the U.S. Park Service's Division of Law Enforcement, Security, and Emergency Services said he doesn't advocate for cannabis use in Yellowstone, but if one wanted to elevate their experience by bringing marijuana into the park, be discreet. Also, don't smoke and drive. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed. It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Monday, May 12th. What are we doing today? I'm kind of not prepared for today. We had so many weekend stories. Yeah, shootings in Casper, stabbings in Casper. I just spent a little time in Casper over the weekend, and I'm glad I was armed. Dang. For reals. The latest tactics to keep wolves away from your livestock include drones. I'm excited to dig into that story. Mark Hines has it. Brilliant. Why didn't we think of this before? Smoking pot in the nation's first national park. That puts the stoned in Yellowstone. We'll talk about that story. Maybe you want to find your inner Rambo in West Yellowstone. Great story from David Madison about a little outfit called Big Gun Fun, where you can shoot an MP5, an AK-47, an M4. You can even shoot one of them Tommy guns, the Thompson submachine gun. Nicknamed the Tommy gun. It's the one toted by Bonnie and Clyde. What a cool place. Big Gun Fun in West Yellowstone. For like $65, you can go in there and just shoot these cool machine guns. There's a herd of elephants coming to Jackson, Wyoming, of course. 32 life-size elephants. We'll have that story a little bit. This guy, Patton Oswalt, I'm excited to see him, comedian. I'm going to hope I can get a chance. I don't know how I'm going to get there. It's coming up May 16, 17. That's this weekend, right? Oh, am I going to go to Casper and back to Casper and see this guy? I could. You know, there's a rodeo, high school rodeo in Casper this weekend. And there's also a chance to see Patton Oswalt. He's a comedian actor. He's done a ton of voiceover work. If you've seen his photo, you know, I'll bet you recognize him. Real short guy. I'll show his photo later. We'll talk about him. Patton Oswalt, somewhat famous comedian and film and TV guy. does, he voices a lot of cartoon characters, or they don't call them cartoons anymore, animated characters in movies. He's the voice. You'll know his voice right away, and you'll probably recognize his photo. He's going to be doing stand-up. That's kind of his day job. He'll be doing stand-up for the first time ever in Wyoming, in Casper this weekend. He'll be up in Montana on the 15th, and he'll be in Casper on the 16th, 17th this weekend. Part of a little mini tour. Patton Oswalt. Patton, supposedly, Andrew Rossi said, Patton said, I've been everywhere. I played stand-up clubs in every state. I've never been to Wyoming. So he'd cross it off his bucket list. We're all the better for it. You get a chance to see him this weekend. I might make it happen. That'd be fun. We'll talk about that later. Leo Wolfson went spelunking. That means cave exploring. You know what they call it in the UK? Post-holing. No, post-holing is what you do in the snow. What do they call it in England? Here it's spelunking for the most part. The act of purposely going into a cave and checking it out, exploring it. In England, now I'm going to have to look it up. It's in the story from Leo. Leo must have been in a cave and wrote about it. Potholing. Okay. Sometimes the English are so weird. Brits are weird. I mean, why don't they speak English? That's the language they gave us. And then if you listen to like Brits speak, some of them, it hardly sounds like English. There's the accent, of course, the British accent, but then there's just funny words for things. I'm not talking about like schedule. Let's schedule a meeting. Oh, I got to turn on my recording. Dang it. I always forget to record me in the morning for podcast purposes. Schedule. Yeah, they have funny words. So they call it potholing, spelunking when you go in a cave. All right. Good story, though, from Leo Wilson about Spirit Cave up there near Cody. Really spooky. I mean, do you have the nerve to cave? I mean, are you claustrophobic at all? I don't know. I'm fascinated by caves. I love the idea of exploring around in there. I love the idea of seeing things not many people see and making discoveries and being adventurous like that. But the idea of being underground and in a cave is a little freaky. I can't do it for very long. I go in, I can start out, but if I were to be deep, deep, deep in a cavernous hole, I think I would freak out. And Spirit Mountain Cave, tucked away on the north side of what they call Cedar Mountain, is got a lot of remote, expansive caverns that very few people have seen. Some of the popular chambers people have been in, but if you want to really get in there, you got to go with somebody who knows what they're doing, like Mike Polson. And you can really get into the darks of the cave. Polson said it's so dark in there that even night vision goggles don't work because they require some light. Like, night, there's ever a little bit of light from the stars, maybe the moon. Night vision goggles to work require at least a sliver of light. And in these caves, it's so dark, they don't even work. Ooh, and bats live in there. Yeah, I'm not doing the cave. Who am I kidding? I go in like the first chamber, and then I'm like, I'm good. But we haven't even gone down to the deep reset. I'm good. Nope. Yeah, I don't know about caves. Leo went in though. We'll talk about Spirit Mountain Caves. Pretty famous. We'll talk about other crazy national news. I don't know if it's crazy, but it's just, you hear the headlines today, just, is it possible to be surprised anymore? I'm just rapid fire throw headlines at you. President Trump wants to swap out Air Force One for a really jazzed up plane from Qatar. It's probably all like lined in gold, I'm sure, because the Arabs love gold. President Trump loves gold. He wants to gold the dome of the White House, gild it. Have you seen what he's done to the Oval Office? He's like tricked it out. Like, it looks like a sheikh moved in. Looks like the Shah of DC has moved in. It's just all, gaudy gold. And it's a big thing. United Arab Emirates, if you ever go over there, I've been over there, and you go to the fancy hotels, all gold. Gold, real gold or just gold. I'm probably real gold when you go to United Arab Emirates. I mean, they're loaded. But it's a look of the Middle Eastern Arabic feel is gold. Gold on everything. And Trump's all about gold. He redesigned the Oval Office to have a lot of gold. I saw side-by-side photos of the Biden Oval Office and Trump's. And Trump's is like tricked out, gold-plated everything. And he wants to gold the dome of the White House. Of course. And he wants this big old airplane from Qatar. $400 million airplane. And he's getting a lot of grief about it. Because he said Air Force One's old. He doesn't want to ride it. He's embarrassed to be in Air Force One anymore. And he said he's got his eye on a plane from Qatar. Fancy, nice, newer model. And he wants that to be Air Force One. I don't know. We're going to talk about that because there's way more to it. How many whippings is too many whippings if you're riding a Kentucky Derby horse and you're trying to get him to the finish line? How many whacks on the rump are too many? There's actually a number, a real number. There's actually people who count and make sure jockeys don't whip their horse too many times. And the jockey of the Kentucky Derby winning Sovereignty was just found guilty of whipping his horse, over-whipping his horse in the race. They don't take the win away from you. It's still Sovereignty's win, but Junior Alvarado is going to face punishment. We'll talk about that. I'm sure Greg, when he comes on, will talk about his dismal Colorado Rockies after a 21-0 loss the other day. And yes, that's a football game. That's 3 touchdowns for them, nothing for you. 21-0. And off to the worst start in all of Major League Baseball. Rockies have won just 7 times in 40 games. They fired their manager, Bud Black. We'll talk to Greg. He'll have to answer to how long he's going to continue to back that miserable team. The poor Rockies. Here's your weather forecast for today. It's not bad, but it's a day on the cusp of something bad. Today, pretty good. Tomorrow, less good. Wednesday, sunny, windy, and Casper, 84 degrees. Mostly sunny, breezy in Riverton, 86. The common theme today will be wind. Almost no one will escape it across the Cowboy State. Sunny, breezy in Evanston, 73. Mostly sunny, windy in Green River, but warm, 81 today. Along I-80 in Green River. Pinedale, sunny, windy, 71. Alpine, you'll top out around 74 with sunny conditions, breezy. Sunny and breezy in DuBois, 71. Ditto for Jackson. Thermopolis, sunny, breezy, highs 86 up there in Thermop. Woo! The air temp is almost as warm as the water in Thermopolis. Cody, sunny, breezy, 84. Unless you're spelunking, then it's guaranteed to be 53 degrees year-round in a cave. We'll tell you why. It's always in the 50s in a cave. It's scientific. Buffalo, sunny, breezy, 84 today. Partly sunny, 87 in Sheridan. Gillette, mostly sunny but breezy, 85. Newcastle, sunny and 88. Upton, you may hit 90. Torrington, you probably will. Torrington, 91 the high, sunny. And what you can call just flat out hot in Torrington. Sunny and 82 in Cheyenne. No mention of breeze, though. Laramie, you'll be a little windy, 76 the high. Rawlins, sunny, windy, 77. That's what it looks like across the state. No mention of any precip, but tomorrow I think we start to get to that. Yeah, it's going to be, tomorrow will be a little, something's coming in. And then Wednesday, through much of the state, much cooler temperatures Wednesday. You're not going to see 90s Wednesday. In fact, you'll be stuck in the 40s in Jackson with snow likely. And it's on Wednesday. So you're looking at a state, that's why we love Wyoming. Big, beautiful Wyoming, where it could be 91 on a Monday and 42 for a high on a Wednesday. Somewhere in the state of Wyoming. That's hot for Torrington, though. 91. For May 12th, happy Mother's Day, belated Mother's Day to everybody. You know, we're not on the air Sundays, so we didn't get a chance. But yeah, happy Mother's Day. Take a quick break, come back with more in the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
And Pedro might not get along.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show. It's a Monday, and Greg Johnson in the room. And let's just get it right out there, Greg. 3 touchdowns, 21-0. Rockies lose.
I'm just mad, man. I'm just so mad.
You're just
mad. They fired Bud Black yesterday.
Yeah, was that
longtime manager?
Was that the right thing to do, or?
Well, I mean, yeah, you got to do something. However, the Rockies have the worst ownership in baseball by far, and Bud Black was a scapegoat.
Yeah.
I mean, what do they expect him to do when they give him a AA team to put out there against major leaguers? I mean, seriously,
yeah.
It's like that. It's like that scene in the Monty Python movie. I think I can't remember which one it was, but it was the one where to punish this kid, they made him go out and play rugby against the national rugby team. And this little kid, they're just annihilating him, smashing him all over the place. That's the Rockies.
Yeah.
And the rest of the league right now. And so they use him as a scapegoat. And, what I'm really mad about is, the owner, Dick Monfort. Monfort should be a bad word, a dirty word. But, and he puts out this statement how, our play has been unacceptable and we're capable of doing better and all this. What's unacceptable is your role in all of this. It's not Bud Black's. I mean, yes, Bud Black, he's coaching the worst team in history. You got to expect that's going to happen. But for the Monforts to keep pointing the fingers, to keep doing it, I mean, honestly, the Major League Baseball needs to Marge Schott these guys. They need to do like they did to Marge Schott and take over the team for the good of the sport, because it's just ridiculous, and it's obvious that the Monforts aren't going to do it. They're not going to turn it around. And the Rockies fans, and I'm a Rockies fan. I've been there since day one. I was in the photographer's well taking photos of Coors Field, in their first season with that thing being open. And it's just embarrassing. These fans have supported them for so long. They need to not support them. I hate to say that, but.
Well, yeah, because I was going to ask you that. Do you think there's any thinking of the ownership that they're not going to spend money or waste money on top name players and free agency? So they're not going to build a really good team and spend money because people are going to come anyway because they're the only game in town. The Colorado Rock. Where are you going to go to watch? If you're in New York, you can watch the Yankees or the Mets. You can go up to Boston and watch the Red Sox. You can go watch the Phillies within an hour and a half drive, But in Colorado, if you want baseball, you're going to go to a Rockies game. Is that the feeling you think? Like, I can put anything out there and they'll come?
I don't know. It seems to be that. And whenever we get someone, we luck out and develop someone who's good.
Right.
As soon as they get good, they get gone.
Hello, Pittsburgh Pirates. I mean, yeah, some of these smaller market teams, they just can't pay a guy who's real. Paul Skeens is going to look good in pinstripes. Can't wait till he's a Yankee. But yeah, some of these poor small market teams, The Royals have always been a farm club for the rest of Major League Baseball, but Colorado, yeah, they're in bad shape, these poor Rockies. Great place to see a game, I hear. I've never been to Coors Field, but everybody says it's fantastic.
It is. It's a great experience. Yeah, it really is. It's really cool. And if you're in the media, it's great because they've got the whole commissary in the back of the press box, and for a baseball game, you're going down. They've got bags of sunflower seeds and Powerade and everything for you to keep you going. And
nice.
It's man, the statement by Monfort though. I mean, honestly, there's nothing he could say that I think I wouldn't get mad at because it's his fault. He's the owner, and it's been like this for a long time. And he blames everybody. Oh, we're in a small market. That's loser thinking. I've been at small papers for a lot of my career and always done well because you have the attitude that just because you're at a smaller paper doesn't mean that you're small time.
Yeah.
And it's about your attitude. People could say the Denver Broncos are in a smaller market, but nobody expects them to just be, the butt of the NFL. They expect them to go out there and win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got
it's crazy. And 21, I look at that 21-0.
Oh,
I mean,
dude,
gee, it's just terrible. And I don't know that it's these players' fault that they're not major leaguers for the most part. It's not that Bud Black wasn't managing them well. I think he probably managed what he had the best he could. And,
somebody's got to take the hit when you're 7-33.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Bill Belichick, or no, it was who was the coach? Bill Parcells, who said, if I'm going to be doing the cooking, I want to do the shopping. Something to that effect. And it's like, you're asking Bud Black to go out there and make a beef Wellington with, a hot dog and a Pop-Tart. It's
yeah.
You can wrap it around it, but it's still going to be gross.
Yeah, and you can wrap some cheese around that bad lunch meat, and it's still going to get you sick. We're going to talk about that. Food poisoning. Can you catch it from your spouse? Apparently, I'm freaked out about that. But yeah, the Rockies. You mentioned the Marv shot. We've seen Major League Baseball step in when there's, in the case of the Cincinnati Reds, when there's ownership that seems to be counterproductive to winning or anything positive. We saw.
Yeah.
They
did it to Steinbrenner once, didn't they?
Well,
I think they stepped in for a couple of seasons with Steinbrenner at one point.
They yell at him for overspending, I think, is all. And then they instituted the salary tax, luxury tax, and then NHL had to step in and rescue the Coyotes out of Phoenix. They were bouncing checks to players. Here's your $1 million for this game. And they would. Yeah, maybe something needs to be done. Greg thinks so, but the Rockies, things are rocky in Colorado. What happened over the week?
I would just hate to see it go where the Monforts are, eventually they just sell it and we lose our team to somebody.
Well, no, you'll never. There'll be a team in Denver always because you need that. Major League Baseball needs a team there just for it's geographically positioned. They need a team there and they need a team in Arizona. It's why these teams exist, because otherwise it's coast to coast flights. It's tough. Chicago, I guess St. Louis, the most western city, and then it gets just too long. They need somebody to anchor that part of the West. I don't think a team would ever go away, but I don't know.
Major League Baseball went a long time without a team in Denver.
Yeah. And
I don't know. It's just I guess I can relate a little bit now to being a Cleveland fan. Having the Rockies, just just got my dander up this weekend.
Yes. Sorry to, I didn't mean to bring angst first thing in the morning for you on a Monday.
Nope,
but
I was already upset about it.
You were already
about it. Oh yeah.
You were already there.
That's right.
Well, it could be. Let's talk about getting stoned in Yellowstone. It makes those fluffy cows look cuter. If you're a little bit high, maybe makes the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone look deeper and more majestic. If that's your thing, but you got to be careful. Like when you do crimes on federal property in a national park, you'd be surprised the penalties much, much steeper. And marijuana not legal in Yellowstone National Park, although it is on it's a little sliver of island of land in Montana where a dispensary is legal. I didn't know that, actually. Not in Idaho, not in Wyoming, but Montana.
Yeah, just a little sliver. I guess. I don't know if it's in the zone of death or not.
Yeah, there are no rules, no punishment.
Yeah, but I guess if you're packing some of that from Oregon to wherever you're going, or just don't get caught because that's federal. That's federal crime, man. Yeah,
and that could be totally serious. And I know the head shop, the pot shop, or whatever you would call them, Lone Peak Cannabis, they want to make it very clear that it's their advice that you do not bring that. Don't tell the park ranger, they said at the shop where I bought this, it's legit. Like, don't do that. Don't put it on us. You should not bring it in Yellowstone. They'll tell you right off the bat when you're walking out the door. David Madison.
I guess all you need to do is monitor the snack bars, right? See how busy
there's a certain alarm triggered when you over order food. I'll have 3 cheeseburgers. Where's your family? No, just me. Okay.
There's a little pile of Doritos bags over there by Old Faithful.
Hang on while I get a park ranger here. I know.
Someone's just standing there going, wow.
That's a dead giveaway. Actually, David Madison managed to talk to a former law enforcement guy in parks, and he said the dead giveaway is smoking areas where you're allowed to smoke cigarettes. He said sometimes they might keep an eye on those kind of an areas. And there was some advice that if you are carrying personal use marijuana, small amounts where you did buy it legally, the advice was, hey, it's illegal in the park, but don't do things like try to hide it in your, door panel or something. Like if you make it look like you're a criminal, you might be treated like one. I don't know,
but I'm sure nobody camping out in Yellowstone somewhere, nobody does that at all. I'm sure it doesn't happen at all.
No, out of tent in the middle of nowhere, probably not. I'm thinking, Casper, I just come through. I went to Gillette over the weekend to do a rodeo. Casper's my stop to eat and fuel up, but I'm wondering now if I don't have to switch that up because Casper, man, I saw lots of police cars with sirens zooming this way and that. Casper police Sunday investigating 2 unrelated shootings with victims taken to Banner. Dale,
Dale was there. Well, after it happened.
Yeah,
wasn't there when it happened. Good for Dale, being out there at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, see what happened. But there seems to be a lot of over the last year and a half, a lot of violent stuff happening in Casper.
Too much. Of course, there's always these teen stabbings, and the most horrific of them was the poor kid that was trying to defend his girlfriend at the mall when he was accosted by two guys, allegedly stabbed to death. And now
it's not allegedly. The one who stabbed him pleaded guilty.
We got a plea deal. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess he had said ahead of time, he intended to.
Yeah, he said, "I'm going to shank you."
That dude was his quote, according to the court records.
He said he was going to shank him. There was a disagreement on a basketball court somewhere, and his girlfriend called him from the mall and said, that dude that's gunning for you, he's harassing me. He's at the mall and he's harassing me, him and his friend. So the poor victim.
This place yesterday, Fox Hill Apartments. I think I've seen Fox Hill Apartments in other reports.
Oh.
So I don't know. It's kind of wherever you're at doing this job and in the crime beat or whatever, you get to know, you see the same addresses, the same apartment complexes, the same mobile home parks, things like that will show up. Same bars, you can pretty much guarantee they had a fight in this bar on Saturday.
Yeah.
So I know I've seen Fox Hill show up before. Nothing against the apartment complex or anything. It just it's been there before. But we should learn a little more today. It's just it's never good.
Yeah, Casper's got to clean themselves up there, clean itself up. I don't like it. Legitimate shooting going on, though, in Cheyenne. And that's your famous Cheyenne gunslingers, although they have to move from their downtown spot. These kind of things, you wonder.
I don't think they're using real ammo, though.
Let's hope not. Although we've seen on a Hollywood set, ask Alec Baldwin, your armor, you got to trust your armor. I know of 3 of these shooting enactment things that are put on for the public, and I wonder just how much the public is going to tolerate that. What is the lifespan of these things anymore in this day and age with gun violence everywhere? I mean, as a kid, I remember seeing them and they were fun. Jackson, Wyoming, Jackson Hole has one. Cody has one that's been in the news.
I tell you what.
What?
The day that you can't have a Western shootout reenactment in Wyoming, just kick Wyoming out of the West, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
To say that promotes gun violence, it's a reenactment. It's like saying, okay, well, you guys can go and do your Civil War reenactment, but no weapons.
Right. Are you going to use a finger gun or with a rubber band? I know.
Flag football, you just go pull the flag off of them or something.
Right. I mean,
those aren't promoting violence. They're just showing you, hey, that happens. Or it did.
It happened. Yeah. Yeah. Cheyenne. Well, they got Cheyenne Gunslingers. It's part of Cheyenne Frontier Days. They've been asked to move sort of out of town, like into a spot that's not heavily trafficked. They don't like it.
It's a pretty cool spot where they're at now. It's right downtown. Right. It's right there, and it's all built there. So you got to move it and put it somewhere. So it's in a good spot now.
Yeah.
Or if you have your shows during Frontier Days. But yeah, you move it out somewhere. Are people really going to go that far out of their way to see it? You hope they can find something.
Yeah, and you hope this isn't purposely being done death by 1,000 cuts. Like, let's move them, let's reduce the number of days they do this, and then it's gone, and that looks like where it's headed with Jackson. They've inconvenienced that show so much, and Cody was in trouble with theirs. I don't know. I'm 98% with you on, like, come on, these are just reenactment things. Let's not get, all
It's a show.
liberal.
I mean,
it's a show.
entertainment.
Right.
It's like a movie
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a movie or a play or something. I mean, it's yes.
Yeah, all it's going to take though is a few people complaining at the right time when there's perhaps maybe a mayor of a city who's not from Wyoming, who's from back east, and bam, the show will be over in Cheyenne, Cody, and Jackson, maybe, something like that. We got a bridge to nowhere or a bridge in nowhere. We're going to tell you where's the most expensive place to buy a beer and, what constitutes a dinosaur when you see a dinosaur skeleton recreated. How much of that dinosaur is actually a real dinosaur and how much is
And do you think Bud's Bar looks like Moe's?
Oh, yeah, Bud's Bar. Is it Moe's? We'll do that, and we'll talk about a stand-up comedian coming to Casper. A whole bunch of stuff we got to get to. Greg, stay there.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Well, before there was cornhole, there was horseshoes. It's like the early version of cornhole. And I would not challenge Tracy Binkard to a casual game of horseshoes or even cornhole for that matter. Tracy's a ringer, man. Literally. Anna Louise has a story about Tracy Binkard, and I didn't know there was such a thing, but there is. Horseshoe championships, and Binkard is like a 4-time state champ in the women's division. She can chuck a horseshoe.
Yeah. I don't. And it's a don't get in a fight with her if your husband.
Yeah. Normally in Wyoming, if you dabble in horseshoes, you're slapping them on horses. And we got some pretty good farriers in this state. But in the case of Tracy Binkard, she is a champion horseshoe pitcher, 5-time state champ. I think I said 4. 8 seasons
I think
competing.
she's 4, and maybe she's going for her 5th.
Oh, yeah, with the goal of becoming, you're right. Yeah, she's headed to Salt Lake in July to compete against the best of the best. She is a horseshoe pitcher. Yeah, just in case, for those of you who don't know, it's like cornhole before cornhole. Old-fashioned cornhole, sort of. Same
That's right.
idea. I bet
Right. Maybe
she...
you can combine them and just try to throw horseshoes into the holes. Probably wouldn't be good for the cornhole. What are they called? Ramps or whatever they.
Yeah,
I don't know what
the
they call
board. Yeah, you would smash
Board,
it all up. Well, one thing we know, if they did a sport like that, the Rockies would be awful at that too. They would be dreadful.
Now we could just call someone, if you're really, really bad at something, you're the Rockies of that thing.
Yeah. You make the Rockies look good. You're terrible. Wyoming, it's pricey to buy a beer in Wyoming, depending on where you are, but most of it has to do with how do you get in the beer to your bar. If it's Buds or wherever it is. If it's a Bud, it Buds or...
it's just the transportation.
Mm-hmm.
Getting it there. I tell you, having the years I spent in Alaska, boy, we saw that up there because everything's got to be shipped up, and they ship it on ships and stuff. And even though Alaska is part of the United States, because it's detached in its way up there, all that shipping is considered international shipping.
Oh, is it?
So there's international dues and there's international. I found that out the hard way when I had to ship my car from Alaska to Gillette, and putting it on that boat is considered an international transport. But things are super expensive up there because of the cost of getting it there. And if you're not on that one road that goes from Anchorage to Fairbanks, if you're off somewhere, then there's even more expense because they ship it up to Anchorage and then they have to put it on a plane and fly it out to you somewhere in the bush. That's where you find out where you get $25 gallon of milk and stuff like that.
Yeah. Alaska is so weird that way. There's so many anomalies when it comes to Alaska, a non-contiguous state. I could see the importance of having that piece of real estate. If you're the U.S., it's pretty cool to keep your eyes on our neighbors over there in Russia. It's pretty neat strategically, Alaska, but it's not convenient to have a state that's way the heck up there. Like even Canada forgets about it. It's like way up there. Yeah. So Alaska, obviously the most expensive place to buy a beer. That was number 1, but Wyoming comes in at the second most expensive place to
and I guess it's an average. It's doing these cost analysis type of stuff. So if someone says, "Well, it doesn't cost that much where I go," it's all relative.
Yeah. The Elkhorn Bar, which is like real Wyoming. Elkhorn is... They have the standard or official amount of mounts on the wall. Like to be a real Wyoming bar, you have to have a certain minimum number of black and white photos of old ranchers on a horse. And then, 3-4 elks, a moose, a couple other things with teeth. There's rules to be a real Wyoming bar. Elkhorn
carved into the bar.
Yes. Elkhorn by far surpasses all these rules. It is like legit real Wyoming bar in Bondurant. And you'll pay $3 for a Bud. Drive up the road just 25 minutes to Jackson. That Bud's double the price, as you can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's expensive. David Madison did the hard work. He crunched the numbers and he bent his elbow at many a bar and found that Jackson comes in number 2. Cheapest state to buy a beer? It's not fair. Greg knows. He read the story.
I don't remember though.
Illinois.
Huh.
Just in case you had a thirst and not a lot of money. Your dollar goes farther in Illinois. What is the deal with this 163-foot bridge in Albany County? It's all but forgotten. I don't even know where it's supposed to go to and from, and nobody even knows who built it, or do they? It's got a name, the bridge.
Yeah. I mean, the belief, although Dale couldn't find any specific proof, but it is believed that at one point it was part of the original Lincoln Highway. But, they don't know that for sure. And the thing, it's great how we found out about it is Dale was doing that other story we put out last weekend about United Airlines, and they're how they used to be a major hub for Cheyenne and stuff. And he was flying with a pilot over, and he saw it, and he's like, there's this bridge out there in the middle of nowhere. What's going on with that? So he found out about it.
McGill Bridge over the Laramie River.
And it's a cool looking old bridge, but now it's on the private property, and it's
okay.
Definitely see a road there, but
you see a road that may at one time have been a road you want to be on. Now it looks like it's going to and from nowhere.
Yeah, and it's got a plaque from commissioners who approved the project in 1900. So, I mean, there was something to it because, they don't make a government thing and put a plaque on it and everything if it doesn't mean something.
Right. And, I mean, some work went into it. It's, it's a real bridge, although the wood is kind of pretty weathered. I don't know if I would drive across it today, but yeah, interesting story about Dale Killing. Interesting the way that you find stories like that. You're doing one story and here's something weird about you want to look into. Andrew Rossi, if it's dinosaurs, Andrew's going to be on it, man. And he talks about this dinosaur that was why did they decide to study this? The Reed's Allosaurus, pretty historically significant dinosaur specimen found near Laramie about 150 years ago. And, it's in a museum setting now. It's been
it's been recreated, re-put together with the original bones that they found. Yeah, and it found that, most of those, there are a few real bones that they found, and the rest they just kind of built up around it. And it's like, what percentage of that dinosaur is actual dinosaur?
Yeah. And you had to, bring it to the hospital and give it a CT scan or a MRI. I mean, like, those things are expensive. But yeah, through scanning, they were able to find out, what is real dinosaur, what is plaster of Paris, what is what else do they use? They just plaster this thing together.
I would just plaster and wire and stuff.
Yeah, they drilled.
I mean, it looks cool. And it is cool. I don't think it makes it any less significant that they found these bones.
Right. They found enough bones.
It's interesting to know that, they say like a small percentage is real dinosaur, but they say, hey, here's this dinosaur we found.
Yeah. Yeah. And you wonder, like, how many times do you really find, like, almost the whole thing? You find enough bones. The researchers who do this, you're digging up enough bones and you're like, okay, this is Allosaurus. It looked like this. Let's put it together for a museum. It's fat. And they like drilled holes in actual dinosaur bones and wired them together. They did stuff you wouldn't do today. We have better methods of doing things today, and we wouldn't want to ruin what was authentic dinosaur bones to make to create the museum piece. But it's cool. Anything dinosaurs is cool, and Andrew?
I think we're not too far at some point in museums instead of, I mean, it's good to have the actual dinosaurs and be able to see it there, but they're going to have like these holographic pads, and they're just going to have these holograms of what stuff looked like before, and it's just going to be recreated all digitally.
It just won't be terribly authentic. I know. Well, where do you find a real dinosaur anymore? That's the problem.
At my desk every day.
All right. Well, it's Monday, and, it's all bad news, Greg. Rocky's still in a bad slump. It's Monday. Well. But let's see. Let's have a great day anyway, and we'll reconvene tomorrow, see how things went.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jake.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. Appreciate you being on. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Greg. Top of the hour news break, and we'll be right back at it on a Monday version of the show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Several small-town museums are facing financial questions they hadn't expected after federal funding for the humanities was unexpectedly canceled by the Trump administration in April. The Meeteetse Museum, the Old West Museum in Cheyenne, the Homesteader Museum in Powell, and the Buffalo Bill Center of the West in Cody are just a few of the organizations scrambling to fund ongoing projects that have had grants canceled mid-project. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to representatives from several of these historic preservation sites about how they're working through these unexpected financial burdens.
For these small museums like that, this is kind of a big deal. Where is that money going to come from? And can they even get out of their contract now? Because they signed contracts with the federal government too about how the money would be spent if they suddenly backtrack and cancel their contract with this company. I'm not even sure they could legally do that, first of all. But what about the money that's already been spent?
The cancellation of funding has left many museums across the state wondering about the status of grants they've only partially received, as well as raised questions about the future avenues to support programs. Well, dive bombing wolves with drones has scared wolves away from cattle in Oregon. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke with one expert who hopes to work with ranchers in Colorado and Wyoming to see if drones have a similar effect on wolves here.
It's not just drones themselves. What seems to work most effectively with these animals is if they put loudspeakers on the drone so people can yell at the animal through the loudspeakers, or flashing lights or something that's going to be really irritating and or frightening to the animals.
Drones capable of carrying the necessary equipment, such as loudspeakers and night vision cameras, cost about $5,000 to $10,000 each. But if the idea catches on, cattle and sheep ranches might be able to use them for more than just chasing off wolves. They could also possibly be used to scare away other predators such as bears and mountain lions. Blake Shelton's 30th song to hit #1 on the country music charts is titled Texas, and part of that success can be attributed to Gillette native and Nashville songwriter Josh Dorr. Dorr is one of the 4 songwriters for Texas, a song about hitting the bar and wondering what's been lost after a breakup. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to the Wyoming native about how the song came about.
He just got together with some of his friends during a jam session in Nashville, and they started crafting the lyrics behind this. A recording of that song ended up in front of Blake Shelton's manager, and he said, "That's Blake Shelton's next #1 hit." And sure enough, that's what's happened. I spoke with Josh, and he's super psyched about the fact that he has a #1 hit that he can add to his growing list of accolades in the music industry.
Dorr has been working as a singer-songwriter in Nashville for 15 years. He's already had considerable success writing songs for country artists like Jordan Davis, John Party, and Colby Cooper. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
On the west side of Laramie lives a dive bar that may be the inspiration for a lovable piece of pop culture Americana, Moe's Tavern from the hit animated TV show The Simpsons. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson visited with the owner of Bud's Bar, Shelley Peterson, who believes her bar did inspire Moe's because of the similarities of their two designs, and a man named Sean Hart, an artist and former patron from Laramie who worked on The Simpsons.
I went and visited it on a Tuesday night, and it was everything as advertised. It was a dive bar to the fullest. The place was fairly busy for a Tuesday night, but the people there were having a grand old time, and they have kind of a diagram there at the bar that they show off explaining some of the connections that they think they have to the Moe's Bar in The Simpsons. And some of the connections there might be some legitimacy. Some of them are pretty common, I think, in almost any bar. It was very interesting to kind of hang out there and talk to the locals.
Bud's actually has a long history that dates back much farther than The Simpsons. It's the second oldest continually existing bar in Laramie and has a rough and tumble past, known for attracting bikers and the occasional fight. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're back on a Monday. Leo Wolfson's story about drinking Wyoming. Laramie locals believe that Bud's Bar, have you ever been to Bud's Bar? They believe it inspired Moe's Tavern on The Simpsons. I think the real inspiration here, the real genius of this story is Leo Wolfson convincing his editors and bosses that going to drink in a dive bar for the afternoon would be a story. I mean, as a journalist myself, I know that's the biggest challenge is, you have to go cover this... You have to go cover this political event. And you're like, you have to go to this town council meeting, 4 hours of it, while they discuss whether they're going to allow chickens in the backyard, new ordinance. And you're just thinking the dread of that assignment. But then every once in a while, one of these falls in your lap. How would you like to go drinking down at Bud's for the afternoon? Yeah. And expense it? Yeah. And write about it. Was Moe's Tavern on Simpson. The Simpsons. Moe, always with the... Moe's always got the towel going over the shoulder. He's got that look. Are all bartenders required to flip the towel over the dish rag, the rag that they wipe the bar off with? They're always polishing the glasses, working on that, wiping up spills. And then when they're done, they flip it over the shoulder. Is that a thing? Do they learn that in bartender school, bartender college? I guess. Bud's, I have not been to Bud's Bar, but just by the name, it's an attractive place. Sounds like a place you'd want to go. And there's not much to it. If you look at the exterior, I mean, it's not terribly inviting. Most good dive bars, that's the definition of them, is the exterior is not very welcoming. You look at it and you think, that doesn't look like a place I want to be in. Maybe they got a couple of neon signs. Bud's Bar doesn't even have that. I don't even see a neon here. They got a couple of signs, Coors Light. But it doesn't look terribly inviting, which is probably part of the charm. It's on the west side of Laramie. It's been serving beer and gossip for more than 80 years. Many locals, including the owner, believe that Bud's is the inspiration for Moe's Tavern. And whether or not that's true, I think the real trick of the story is Leo getting an assignment like this or talking somebody into an assignment like this. Blue Collar Bar, just outside of Laramie. Yeah, looks good. Dice games at the bar. This place too small even for billiards, I think. I don't know how you could fit a pool table in there. Bud's began operating 1942. The owner of the bar, Shelley Peterson, believes her bar did inspire Moe's, and she points to a few similarities as to why that could be. Other evidence, maybe not so conclusive. If you look at Moe's bar from the TV, from the Simpsons TV show, the outside of it, yeah, there's some similarity, but it looks like could be any bar anywhere. And then other things, look maybe a little more like Bud's Bar could be Moe's Tavern. Bud's Bar is pretty cool, though. Got a lot of history. It's just good to see it still around, an old-time bar like this. You pop in on a Tuesday, and you're probably paying more for a beer than you would in any other state but Alaska. A story from David Madison, because we're all about beer on a Monday morning, I guess. We're still trying to extend our weekend. We're still thinking back on our Mother's Day weekend and beer. And another beer story from David Madison about the most expensive states to buy a beer in. I'm not surprised Wyoming's high up there on the list, and a lot of it has to do with, we're off the beaten track. It takes a lot to get stuff shipped to Wyoming, and once it's in Wyoming, get it shipped to your town. One distributor talked about how, he said, I got drivers that sometimes drive 70 miles before they even come to a town. Like, you got to put in a lot of windshield time to truck that beer around to all the bars. And that transportation time and cost is why it's going to cost you more for a beer when you go to the bar. David Madison, congrats to you, David, for also convincing your editors to expense away and pay you to go have a few beers in the name of research. David Madison found the Elkhorn Bar and Trading Post in Bondurant. I just passed that place last night. I should have stopped in for a beer. Elkhorn's a great place. Real true Americana vibe, Wyoming vibe. Elkhorn's totally legit. Spending a day horseback in the upper Holback Basin. Maybe you're kayak in the Holback River. Maybe you're just out and about doing your thing. You want to stop in for wet your whistle. Great place, Elkhorn Bar. Budweiser there is going to cost you $3 for a bottle. And a lot of folks tell the bartender at Elkhorn, You could charge more. $3 is cheap. You know what they're getting for a bud up in Jackson? 35 miles north? $6 a bud on average. Still, the owners of the Elkhorn say it's not always about maximizing profits. They're just trying to be fair and recognize what it costs them, what it costs a bar to get beer delivered. David Madison went heavy into the research, crunched the numbers, found the most expensive state to buy a beer in is Alaska, and we're not surprised. As Greg pointed out earlier in the show, he used to live and work up there in Alaska. Alaska's a long way from anywhere. Long way from St. Louis. Anheuser-Busch plant. That's a long way from them Clydesdales to trot a beer up there to Alaska. And that would account for it being an expensive place to buy beer. A case of beer. We're going to price cases. A case of, I don't know if we actually use a brand here. We're going to say Bud Light, Miller Light. Okay, we're going to take a 24-pack case of Bud Light or Miller Light. Average price in Alaska for that case, $33.62, paying $33 a case. In Wyoming, $28.78, almost $29 for a case on average in Wyoming for a case of beer, Miller Lite or Bud Light. That makes Wyoming the second most expensive state to buy a beer in. Illinois is the cheapest. Cases cost about $16. Who double that in Alaska? It's just fun to talk about beer. Anytime. Just like dinosaurs. Andrew Rossi's got a great beat. Andrew gets to talk about dinosaurs all the time and do dinosaur stories. But stories about beer, always popular. Take a look at Cowboy State Daily Facebook page, and any story involving beer gets a lot of responses, generates good activity in the feedback section. Here's a story that I hope generates the right kind of feedback. Mark Hines has a story about Bambi, the big, and I mean big, like gigantic Nubian goat. Now, Nubian goats are run pretty big, bigger than your average goat. Like if you go to a petting zoo or if you're on the farm and you've had a guy, I worked one place. I worked at one ranch/farm that had goats, and they're pretty fun until they're not. Goats can be naughty, and goats butt you. They headbutt you. I mean, that's real. That's a real thing. Goats have nothing better to do but eat. 90% of their life, they're just eating anything. The goat will eat anything. The goat will. I used to have work gloves, and I had them in my back pockets in case I had to go, do something. And I would put my gloves on. The goat would pull those out of your back pocket and start chewing on them. Goat will eat anything it can get. And the goat will headbutt you. When he's bored and he wants to mess around, he'll just start headbutting you. Because that's what goats do. Goats also are pretty funny. They get themselves in some funny situations. But the size of your average goat. It's like like a greyhound, like a dog, a greyhound dog or a St. Bernard. That's like a goat size. This Nubian goat we're talking about is a 250-pounder. Bambi is the name. And even for Nubian goats, the owners say he's pretty big, really big boned, and he's got a lot of weight on. And the size of this goat is one problem that the goat is facing. Mark Hines writes that Bambi, the Nubian goat, arrived at Home on the Range Animal Haven. That's a nice little place just south of Laramie. Bambi arrived there back in 2022. Bambi was just a 100-pound juvenile when the Home on the Range accepted Bambi. Bambi had been injured at its previous home on a farm, suffered a back injury in a tussle with a belligerent ram. Well, there you go, goat's headbutting. The owner came out and saw Bambi one time just laying down, injured, and Bambi's never been the same. And she blamed it on this ram who she knew would headbutt anything around. So she cared for Bambi for a while until she couldn't. And then she turned Bambi over to Home on the Range Animal Haven. They've taken in the Nubian goat, but that Nubian is now 250 pounds and it has struggles to get up and to just walk. It's got problems. And in Mark Hines' story, this animal shelter, Home on the Range, is putting out a plea. If anyone can fashion a harness or a leg brace, I guess Bambi's in need of some kind of special leg brace. They've tried a few things designed for dogs, but they're not strong enough. And yeah, you could reach out, contact, and if you're somebody who can do design like that, there's a phone number to call, or you can text. If you think you can help out Bambi, the Nubian goat, with a some kind of specially fitted brace to walk in, it'd be much appreciated. I would love to see Bambi get what he needs. It's not easy being a 250-pound goat. Maybe that's an assignment for our meteorologist, but I doubt it. We're talking about Bambi, the Nubian goat, 250-pound goat. Man, that's huge.
That is huge.
And he's kind of got an injury, and he has trouble walking, so there's a story in the Cowboy State Daily Mark Hines wrote where the place he's at now, he's in some kind of animal farm shelter, Home on the Range Animal Haven outside of Laramie. And they're asking if anybody out there could design and somehow fit Bambi with a leg brace. They've tried a few things like for dogs, and Bambi just breaks them. It's too big. So maybe...
I'm sure you can find one on Amazon.
Yeah,
there's everything there.
Amazon, eBay. Yeah, it's on eBay somewhere. I heard that we were talking about Newark Airport and how it's too busy. There's too many flights, not enough air traffic controllers, and so the head of all air flight out of DC, trying to think of his name, but he intervened and he said he put a cap on the flights. He said less flights. Here you go. If you don't have enough air traffic controllers and it's too busy there, less flights. Stop with the greed. Rather have you be able to get somewhere instead of having flights canceled. So he told them less flights, but he said the bigger problem is the aging infrastructure of all our airports. It'll take 3 to 4 years to get them up to speed with the tech they need because they're working with such old equipment, maybe like the radar, when they show like a plane, blip, blip, blip. It's still from he said, we can't get parts for this stuff. He said, we have to go big air, but Chicago O'Hare, something breaks in the air traffic tower. They got to go on eBay and buy the replacement part. They said 40-year-old stuff. It's not good. Yeah. Maybe we need to rethink that. Anyway, none of this is your specialty necessarily, Don. You're a weather guy. We're going to be in the low 90s in Torrington And we're going to be mid 40s in Jackson by Wednesday. What a state. Woo! I love Wyoming.
Yeah. Typical spring. You know, the spring weather pendulum goes back and forth, and it will be really warm again in the central and the east. But really, after tomorrow, temperatures really drop statewide. Drop enough that we've got winter weather advisories in effect for the northern and northwest mountains of the state. We're going to see a good shot of snow up in Yellowstone, the Beartooth, the northern Bighorns. We're going to see another good shot of rain for the northwest, the Bighorn Basin again. Sheridan get rained again, on again. So we have this really warm pattern that everyone enjoyed over the weekend. And really today and tomorrow, most of the state still will enjoy the warmth. Where you're going to start to feel it cool off tomorrow is going to be in the far west.
And that was a nice warm funnel, nice blast of hot air we were getting out of the southwest, right? For a while there.
Yeah, right out of the deserts. Yeah. Woo. I mean, there were, upper 80s to near 90. There were 90s in the Dakotas and Nebraska this weekend. Now, those same areas in a few days will be 30 to 40 degrees colder. So you can't get too excited about one thing or another this time of year. It can get really warm. It can get really cold. Trying to find the middle is what June is for.
Yeah, that May is like testing ground. You tell us that all the time that, things unsettled in May. In fact, the Park Service is warning folks, if you're visiting Yellowstone midweek, be prepared for driving conditions. Plows only work so often, so many hours of a day. But you never take the plow off a truck in Yellowstone till maybe July, and then you gotta put it right back
every
on
month of the year. Yeah,
leave them on. Okay. Well, it's still not a pretty nice day for most of us today, but there will be wind and breeze, and that's an indication of some change.
Yeah. When the winds pick up, that means there's something approaching, and that's that Pacific storm system in front. Winds today, if you're driving I-80, if you're driving South Pass, I-25, you're going to have some pretty good crosswinds coming up from the south up to 40 miles an hour. So some higher gusts. So pulling a camper, driving an RV, be careful.
Yeah, I've felt them. They were crosswinds. I come over South Pass last night about 11 o'clock, and it was, just slowing me down. Like, I can feel it driving the wife's car because the thing is always downshifting when I hit the wind. And it's not even, I can go up a hill and it doesn't have the effect the wind does. The wind really slows you down when it gets to blowing.
Yes, it does.
All right, Don. Good forecast. I'm excited to see what's going to happen Wednesday. And again, I have a wedding Thursday, and this poor bride's from, warm country, and she's thinking, it's safe. Mid-May, I'll book a wedding in Jackson. Uh-oh.
Ooh. All right. Well, we'll come up with so what day is that, you said?
Thursday.
Thursday. All right. Well, we'll hone in on that forecast for you tomorrow.
Yes, and I'm going to make sure I record you saying that there's the guy who did it. Here's his email. Yeah.
My fault. That's right. Don't worry, I've ruined a lot of outdoor weddings in my career. So,
but you've made many a glorious picnic. It all balances, all evens out. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast, Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, pretty nice day today, a little breezy, and then tomorrow things get weirder. And then by Wednesday, if you're in Yellowstone, they're warning visitors to plan accordingly. It's going to be cold, rain, snow mix, maybe all snow on Wednesday up there in Yellowstone. The Don Day weather forecast. Take a quick break. We'll be back with more right here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, Wapiti, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Monday, May 12th. Happy belated Mother's Day. I don't want to work counterintuitive to Casper Chamber of Commerce or the Casper tourism efforts, but Casper has got to get its act together. There's just too much violence going on in that city. Are they trying to outdo Rock Springs and Gillette? As far as the police blotter bragging rights? Casper, man. Dale Killingback is following a story about shots fired. We know we've got 2 separate shootings in the city of Casper over the weekend. According to Dale Killingback, the shootings are not related in any way, but we are a little short on details at the moment. Dale's going to dig into that, but 2 separate shootings Sunday night, Mother's Day night, and we're shooting at each other. Casper police investigating the shooting involving 2 victims at one scene, another victim at a separate scene, all 3 of them taken to Banner Hospital. Oh, man. Multiple police vehicles seen idling outside of Fox Hill Apartments about 9:30 Sunday night. Something went down there. Police Captain Jeremy Tremmel said investigators were actively working at the Fox Hill Apartments to clear the area and try to figure out what happened, pick up shell casings and all that kind of thing. Meanwhile, other officers were responding to the 100 block of South Washington Street. More shots fired about the same time. Weird. I wonder if they are related. You know, there's some folks, and that, you know, not that it means anything. There's some people on the Facebook, Cowboy State Daily Facebook site, where you can comment on stories. There's some people saying these shootings are related. I don't know if they have any inside info or not. But it's hard to believe there'd be two separate shootings in the city of Casper around the same time on the same night. Or maybe it's not hard to believe. Because that seems to be the way Casper's headed. In the last year or so, we've had way too many violent crimes in Casper. Many of them stabbings, you know, when you can't afford a gun or don't have access to a firearm. Stabbing's the next best thing, I guess. The story from Dale Killingback about the teen who stabbed to death a 14-year-old at a Casper mall. This was a 16-year-old that did the stabbing, I believe, tried as an adult. Prosecuting attorney said from the beginning they were gonna charge the stabber as an adult, even though he's 16. The victim, by the way, let's take you back to the original incident. The victim is a Casper kid, 14-year-old Bobby Mayer. Sometimes Maher is pronounced Maher. Sometimes Mayer. I don't know. I guess I'll go with the Maher. Maybe Bobby Maher. Bobby, 14-year-old. Apparently he had been in a little bit of an altercation with this 16-year-old whose name is Jareth Plunkett. So Bobby and Jareth have a little to do at a basketball court somewhere. Keep in mind that Bobby's 14 years old, Jareth's 16 years old. Big difference in those ages. At that age when you're a teenager. Maybe not a big difference if, you know, one dude is 32 years old and one dude's 30. No big deal. But a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old, pretty different people physically. They had a little to do, a little dust up at a basketball court when they exchanged words. This is back spring break 2024, I guess. Plunkett and Maher exchanged words at a basketball court. Then after that, April 5th, 2024, evidence showed that Plunkett, this 16-year-old, was looking for Maher on the school bus, a 14-year-old. I'm looking for this guy on the school bus. Cell phone evidence from the bus encounter, and Maher, by the way, was not on that bus, showed Plunkett asking, this cell phone video of the evidence, the 16-year-old Plunkett is asking, who wants to pay Bobby's blood debt? Oh, boy. 2 days later, April 7th, Plunkett and a co-defendant, Dominique Harris, went to Eastridge Mall, Casper, to, quote, screw around. Once there, they saw Bobby Maher's girlfriend, along with another girl, and started harassing them. Bobby's girlfriend called Bobby and said, you know, the guy who's after you is here at the mall and he's harassing me. He's bugging me. And Bobby says, I'll be right there. Bobby Maher, the 14-year-old, races to the mall, gets there, finds his girlfriend, and starts to escort her out of the mall. He's like, come on, we're getting out of here. And that's when Plunkett, along with his buddy, would not let Bobby Maher leave. They had a little fight there, and Plunkett pulled out a knife that he had stole from Target and stabbed him to death. Apparently, the two laughed as Bobby Maher was on the ground, stabbed and dying. They laughed. Well, the laugh's on you, Plunkett. Jareth Plunkett just pleaded. His plea deal is going to, I don't know what he gets out of the plea deal because he's looking at life. Minimum life sentence for the first-degree murder. The deal calls for, in exchange for the guilty plea, here's what Plunkett got. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and misdemeanor theft charges were dropped. So misdemeanor theft would presumably be the stolen knife out of Target. Conspiracy to commit murder would presumably be the fact that he's on a school bus a couple days before looking for his victim, claiming somebody needs to pay the blood debt. He's also made reference to somebody's going to get shanked. So yeah, you've got conspiracy to commit murder. You've got some intent there, thought out ahead of time. But the prosecuting attorney agreed to throw those out in exchange for a plea deal. The deal calls for a minimum life sentence for first-degree murder. That one is obvious. And no more than 10 years for the aggravated assault charge. That stems from the fact that I believe Plunkett put the knife to the chest of somebody else to warn him off. I'm not sure what it was, but I mean, that's a 10-year charge that's going to run concurrent with a life sentence, so it's not really going to matter, I wouldn't think. Plunkett's going to prison for life. And it does not say no chance of parole. All we know is the plea deal calls for a minimum life sentence for Jareth Plunkett, 16-year-old, tried as an adult for stabbing Bobby Maher, the 14-year-old, in an incident that happened last year. That story from Dale Killingback, and yeah, that was just one of a handful of stabbings involving teenager, high school age kids in Casper. Just disappointing. Dale's going to be on later in the show. He'll talk about that story. He may have some more information about both those shootings on Sunday night. We'll get with him and rap about that. He will also talk to him about some lighter stuff like the abandoned bridge that he found. Pretty cool bridge with a history that's not fully known. We know it's an old bridge. It's a bridge in Albany County that was likely part of the historic Lincoln Highway, which has some history in itself. Lincoln Highway is pretty interesting. It's a monumental project that the United States took part in to create, what would then become Interstate 80. It would eventually become interstate travel. Before we had the idea of making interstate highways, and we all know that the even numbers run east and west, odd numbers run north and south, right? You got Interstate 80, Interstate 90, Interstate 70. They all run coast to coast, east to west, and then Interstate 15, 25, 35 down there in Dallas, Texas. They all run north and south. So Lincoln Highway was ahead of its time before interstate travel. It was essentially the brainchild of the president at the time. Don't make me look this up. I should know this, but I can't. It's not falling out of my head. But it was, genius idea, the Lincoln Highway. This bridge may have been part of the Lincoln Highway, but, I mean, where it's situated now is the middle of nowhere. So, was it really? It's the McGill Bridge. And Dale Killingback will talk more about that. Like, who made it? Why did they build it? What was it ever used for? And what's the future of it now? I mean, I wouldn't drive across it. Taking a look at it, maybe not. We're going to tell you why there's an elephant stampede in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We'll go to that story next after this quick break. Right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
How much whipping is too much whipping in a horse race? You know, all the jockeys are taking a crop to that horse, right? They're all whipping. Not that these thoroughbreds don't want to run or won't run, but, you know, a little extra encouragement with the old crop. Here they come down the back stretch. It's Sovereignty by a head. And Junior Alvarado has beaten the snot out of that thing. Beaten Sovereignty like a rented mule. Sovereignty was, probably a $5 million horse, right? Alvarado was dishing out the encouragement in the Kentucky Derby. The latest news is the jockey of Sovereignty, Junior Alvarado, has been banned for a couple of races. Not for very long. He's banned for like 2 races. He rides out of that Kentucky track. Kentucky Racing Days, 29th and 30th. Junior Alvarado will not be allowed to ride a horse on May 29th and May 30th. He's banned for 2 days. Also fined $62,000 for the, quote, overuse of his whip in the Kentucky Derby win aboard Sovereignty. And there's actually math involved in the overuse of a whip, which I did not know. I'm a genius in most everything, but not necessarily horse racing. And I didn't know that it's not a matter of interpretation. There's actual number of times you're allowed to whip your horse in a horse race. It all comes under the purview of the HISA regulations. That's the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority. And they said Alvarado used his whip more than the permitted amount. So, of course, that you have 2 questions when you read a headline like this. I do. You hear Alvarado, Sovereignty jockey, banned and fined $62,000 for overuse of his whip in the Kentucky Derby win. My 2 questions are $62,000. How much does that hurt the jockey? In other words, how much did he get paid to ride that horse? Probably paid more for winning, right? I'm sure there's incentive, and I'm sure whatever you're paid just to be aboard is, the base pay. And then if you win, I'm sure there's bonus. So how much of $62,000 did Alvarado make more than that to ride Sovereignty to a win in the Kentucky Derby? You would hope so, or this is going to be a painful fine. So that was my first question, $62,000 fine. How much does the jockey make on a winning horse in the Kentucky Derby? My second question is, how do you define overuse of a whip? They're all going at it with their crop down the backstretch, are they not? You watch any horse race, watch the Kentucky Derby, they're all beating the crap out of their horse, whack, 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 trying to get them to go. How many's too many? Well, apparently anything more than 6. What? Yeah. There's rules, man. HISA said, they made this announcement Saturday over the weekend. Under their regulations, jockeys are allowed to strike their horse 6 times during a race, max. How many times did Alvarado whip Sovereignty? 8 times. 2 over the limit. That's his second offense, by the way, in the last 180 days, meaning his fine was doubled to $62,000, and he'll serve a 2-day suspension. Can't race on May 29th and 30th. Alvarado, 38-year-old, can appeal his punishment, but has yet to do so and yet to make any kind of a statement. And by the way, how much do you win for being aboard the winner of the Kentucky Derby, the Run for the Roses? Well, $62,000 represents 20% of Alvarado's winnings from the Kentucky Derby. So how much does he make to ride the winning horse? Oh, crap. We're going to have to do some math. Who can math that out for me? I got to go to a calculator. 20, if he's fined $62,000, and that's 20% of his winnings, then I can't believe that the school system has failed me so miserably that I can't even do that simple math. Never mind the calculator. I'll just ask the Googler. 62,000 is what percent? This is why nobody can do anything. This is why no kids today, they don't bother learning because they know the internet knows all the answers. Why should I bother knowing spelling? My word processor is going to correct my spelling and give me good grammar. In fact, why should I even bother to write? ChatGPT is going to write when I need to write. These poor kids, they're not going to do anything. Why should I learn math? The computers know. 60,000 is what percent? Is 20%. I can't even form the question. 62,000 is 20% of what? Okay. So Junior Alvarado, to ride a winning horse, should make $310,000. Well, that's pretty good, I think. And this is according to the interweb, which, interwebs are sometimes wrong. Fake news and all that. Yeah, $310,000 to if you ride the winning horse in the Kentucky Derby. At least that's the arrangement that Junior Alvarado had. But he's going to have to surrender $62,000 of that for punishment of over whipping. Was it worth it? If the jockey aboard Sovereignty, if he knew that horse would not win if he whipped it 6 times, but he was relatively assured if he whipped it 8 times, that horse would win, is it worth it? I would think so. If you're Alvarado, 2 extra whips? Who's counting? At HISA, that's who's counting. But it might be worth it if you make, $310,000 for the win, and you're facing a fine, but it's $62,000. It might be worth the 2 extra whips, but it's not nice for the horse. Sovereignty didn't appreciate it. By the way, Sovereignty's scratched from the Preakness due to whipping sores. No, I'm just kidding. They're not going to run that horse, though, in the Preakness, I hear. That's the next race, right? I'm not surprised to see the response to this story and going the way it is. The story is about getting high in Yellowstone. And you can call it Yellowstoned. Can you smoke pot in Yellowstone? No, it's illegal. Can't even have it on you. Yet, if you're in Colorado, I think you can be arrested for not having pot in your car. In Colorado, there's a marijuana minimum, or you could be taken away in handcuffs. But in Wyoming, hey, leave your funny weed at home. Leave your sticky weed at home. It's not legal in Idaho either, but there's apparently a little 10-mile strip of Montana that borders Yellowstone National Park where marijuana is legal, and there's dispensaries, and there's one cannabis shop, head shop, whatever you call them, that sells pot legally. And they warn everybody going out the door with their baggie, with their dime bag, hey, don't bring that to Yellowstone. I know you want to get high and pet the fluffy cows, but do not roll one in Jellystone. It's illegal. They remind people, because what happens is you get caught with marijuana in Yellowstone. You say, well, the store that sold to me said I was okay to. Oh, no. The store will say, we make sure people know you can't bring it in Yellowstone's Lone Peak Cannabis. And they talked to Cowboy State Daily's David Madison. We'll talk to David just a little bit. And they told him, yeah, Kevin Cannon is the manager there at Lone Peak Cannabis. And he said, yeah, I try to make it very clear. Here's your marijuana. Here's your credit card back. And don't bring this to Yellowstone. You could be facing serious fines. A federal, when you break a law on federal property, National Park Service, much steeper fines, possibly even incarceration for having small amounts of marijuana. So, yeah, be careful, know what you're doing, and you cannot get high in Yellowstone legally. And I noticed that the trending comments are what I would have thought. Most people, a majority of people, I'm sure polls show, majority of people are for legalizing marijuana. Just get it over with already. Majority of people say that, think that, especially if you're under 40-ish. What the big deal? People already abuse alcohol. People already abuse coffee. What's the big deal? And that's, yeah, we'll talk about that more because we're out of time. But that's the trending thought is just legalize it already. But don't bring your marijuana to Yellowstone. That's the lesson to learn here. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Richard Pitt grew up in Thermopolis, but he lived a life straight out of 1980s drug-running movies like Scarface. Now on the other side of 70, Pitt has spent a lot of years thinking about his life. Most of those years were in federal prison in Pennsylvania, where he spent 28 of them. In an exclusive interview, Pitt told Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker how a kid from Wyoming, a Vietnam veteran who'd worked his tail off to become a commercial airline pilot, ended up smuggling for Pablo Escobar.
I've never met a true adrenaline junkie to the extent that Richard Pitt is. In this story, I can only begin to just chip away at the interesting moments of his life, because if you can imagine what it's like to fly under the radar at 300 miles an hour across the ocean in the middle of the night. And I would ask him, how did you do that? And he said, well, you've got to pay attention. And that's how he talks. Everything is not a big deal to him because he's lived it.
Pitt has been out of prison for 5 years and now lives a quiet life in Denver near his daughter, where he continues trying to repair their badly damaged relationship and has been writing his memoirs. It's been 33 years since Wyoming Governor Mike Sullivan stood in his office next to his priest, warring with himself over the execution of convicted serial killer Mark Hopkinson. Wyoming hasn't executed anyone since that day, but it has tried. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to several legal experts about the hurdles that complicate death penalty cases in Wyoming.
It is the task of a lifetime. In particular for Judge Thomas Campbell, back when he was Carbon County attorney, 3 inmates during a botched escape attempt killed a prison guard. Very violent, very brutal. And his reasoning was they were already in prison and it didn't stop them from killing. So I'm going to try these as death penalty cases.
As for why Wyoming hasn't executed anyone in more than 3 decades, former Governor Sullivan said he can make a guess. Part of it is sheer statistics, but he characterized the state's culture as more thoughtful and less bloodthirsty. Well, he's been kicked out of China twice and banned for smuggling Bibles. He's faced rocket fire and bullets in Kabul, Afghanistan, and remembers calling a board member of his ministry from Armenia seeking prayer as he was about to take a suitcase of scriptures into Iran. Those are just a few of the stories that 63-year-old Patrick Klein told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck about his work running a worldwide Christian ministry out of Casper.
He went to a Bible college in Texas, and there he had an opportunity to go to China. And on that trip back in the day, he smuggled some Bibles in, and he met a pastor who had been in prison for 22 years. He asked the pastor, what do you guys need? And he said, we need prayer and we need Bibles. And so that started a ministry since then where he has smuggled thousands of Bibles into China.
Vision Without Borders is also working to help stem trafficking of women in India by creating safe houses and has an ongoing outreach to Cuba, as well as launching cargo containers of clothing and other needed supplies to other countries countries 2 or 3 times a year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
Well, smoking pot is legal in some states, but it's not in Yellowstone. Starting July 1st, the minimum fine for anyone convicted of simple marijuana possession in Idaho is $300. Fines are higher if charged with possession in Yellowstone, and there's the potential for jail time. So Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to some West Yellowstone cannabis sellers about how they advise their customers about how best to consume marijuana in the region around America's first national park.
I spoke to one manager there, and he says, I constantly get this question about which is safer to go. Should I go back into Idaho? Is that okay? Or should I go in through the park? You are legal to have marijuana for recreational use in the state of Montana unless you're in a national park.
A former deputy chief for the U.S. Park Service's Division of Law Enforcement, Security, and Emergency Services said he doesn't advocate for cannabis use in Yellowstone, but if one wanted to elevate their experience by bringing marijuana into the park, be discreet. Also, don't smoke and drive. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Yeah, we're back at it on a Monday. Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison, journalist based in Montana, joins the show. David, I would ask you, how was your weekend? But I have an inkling. I'm thinking it was pretty good. Getting high, drinking beer, and shooting guns, man. You had one kind of a redneck weekend. Let's start with the marijuana, if we could. Don't get high in Yellowstone, huh?
Well, I think what's really interesting about the geography down there around West Yellowstone is, you come in, if you're coming from the south, you come up from Island Park, Idaho, and then you hit this about 10-mile wide sliver of Idaho between sliver of Montana. Yeah, sliver of Montana between the Idaho line and the Wyoming line. And so there's the west entrance there, and right before you get to West Yellowstone, there are a couple of dispensaries. I think they're only permitted outside of city limits. And so in speaking with one of the managers there, he says, yeah, I get that question all the time. Is it okay for me to go into Idaho with this stuff? Can I go into the park? And actually, when you cross the park boundary, there's about 1.5 miles of Montana before you hit Wyoming that's in the park. But as we learned through our reporting, it's still illegal in park boundaries. So there's a bunch of beautiful places to visit inside Yellowstone that are also in Montana. However, you are subject to federal law. And if you get caught, you might wind up at the federal courthouse there in Mammoth. That's not a lot of people realize that there's a whole city of courts and law enforcement and administration in Mammoth, Wyoming, that runs Yellowstone. And yeah, they've got a prosecutor there that probably has handled his fair share of cases. I've seen, I went through the historic log of different pot cases, and back in the 90s, they had an undercover sting among employees in Canyon Village, and yeah, it's pretty consistent. Every so often, a big case comes up, but
Yeah, I don't know if today they're looking out for you and your joint as hard. We'll talk about that in a minute. But yes, if you commit crimes in a national park, that's federal now. I learned the hard way just about a speeding ticket. Your fines are going to be a lot higher, and you're looking at harsher penalties. Where it's illegal to have that marijuana in Idaho, illegal to have it in Wyoming, and you get caught there, not nearly as bad as the illegal having it in Yellowstone. You're going to face a pretty good fine, maybe even incarceration. Man.
Yeah, I think just be discreet and just use common sense and don't be intoxicated behind the wheel. It's possible for when you drive from West Yellowstone to Bozeman, there, just you feel like you're just in Montana, but there's a big stretch of that highway that goes through the park as well. And so, yeah, just use common sense. The bit of advice that the dispensaries give is just don't test it. Don't take it into the park at all. Go explore all the other great attractions around Yellowstone, because there are twice as many hiking trails outside the park. You can go to places like Quake Lake or Cliff and Wade Lake. Is just an amazing spot to visit with just turquoise water, and hike the Gallatin Range. Do something different.
Yeah, Lone Peak Cannabis Company. You talked to Kevin Cannon, the manager, and he said a few things that he dished out as pieces of advice. One, don't go in the park with it. There are a lot of, like you said, a lot of cool places to go if that's your intent to, get high and be with nature and that kind of thing. You can do that, maybe even better outside the park. Don't chance it. And don't tell them I said you could bring it in there if you do. Like, don't, the first thing people are going to want to do is, well, the place I bought it at said, no, don't tell them that, Kevin says.
Yeah, it's politics. I don't want to be seen as being a bad actor in this community of people. I mean, millions of people coming through. I think he said it's 4 million total visitors a year. That's a good year in Yellowstone, and through West, there's about 2 million coming through.
Yeah, that's weird. So marijuana is legalized in Montana to the extent it is in Colorado. I didn't know that. Or is it?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, and it's just runaway. There's this one street in Bozeman where, there are 10 dispensaries. I joke that there's this one spot. There's so many dispensaries clustered together. It looks like an outlet mall.
Wow. I didn't know that. And so I'm reading, and you're probably checking out the online, the Facebook post of the story where people are able to comment, and so many of the comments that aren't just people just trying to be funny. So many people comment that just legalize it already. I mean, that is, I think if all the polls indicate the majority of Americans, probably the majority of Wyomingites, even though they're very conservative, say, what the big deal? People abuse alcohol to the, worst levels. Surrounding states have legalized, just legalize it already. I'm not in that group. I like that Wyoming doesn't legalize it, but until they do, whenever you talk about the topic, can you get high in Yellowstoned? People, that's the first thing people go to is just legalize it already. It goes right down to whether it should be legal or not.
It was a process in Montana. It went from medical to recreational. It took like 2 or 3 swings at the issue through a citizens initiative. I'm pretty sure that's how we did it. And then, it becomes a huge revenue source, the tax revenue. And initially, my memory's a little foggy on this, but I think that initially it was all supposed to go to conservation, protecting outdoor trails like the trails outside Yellowstone that you could enjoy. And then the legislature just got a hold of it and have diverted some of the monies away. I'm pretty sure that there's also supposed to be some money going to addiction counseling. And anyway, it becomes a never-ending debate, even when you do pass the law.
Yeah, it's not done there. And it's you saw the same arguments for finally getting a lottery in Wyoming and gambling. The lottery, it was the same logic. We're missing out on the money, the revenue generator, and the money goes to a good cause. It goes to education. I just think when you make the arguments of saying, "Oh, we're missing the money," it should never be your top reason to legalize smoking marijuana, in my opinion. But anyway, careful doing it in Yellowstone. That's all we're saying. Yeah, you managed to talk to an ex-law enforcement ranger guy who kind of gave some advice on how you might want to behave, if that's your intent anyway, is to bring.
Yeah, I'm sure they've had indicated that they have a long tradition of collecting stories about guests they figure are just a little slow or really high, and I think that law enforcement has a sixth sense for who might be consuming and where they might be consuming. You know, that if you show up at a place and there's already a lot of people there smoking, you might well assume that that park law enforcement knows about that spot.
Yeah, it's funny how law enforcement just zeroes right in on Spicoli. They just have a sixth sense for that kind of thing. It's never the dad with, two daughters. It's Spicoli. That's the guy. Speaking of West Yellowstone and gateway towns and communities to Yellowstone, inside Big Gun Fun, man. I want to get inside the Big Gun Fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. What a great idea, because, not all of us have access to a Tommy gun when we need one. And it's expensive to shoot weapons and buy weapons. And wouldn't you, like to know what it feels like to shoot a big gun, an M4, or something you see in the movies? And here's a company that's, I guess, doing pretty well offering that experience.
Yeah, it's an interesting origin story. I got a big thank to Everett there at Big Gun Fun. He was an excellent host. Apparently, this former Green Beret was living in West Yellowstone and had created this doomsday structure, with bars on the walls and his own private collection of really high-powered weaponry. And it when it came time for him to move on, somehow an investor saw an opportunity to purchase the gun collection in the building and create this experience for mostly for foreign tourists who have a harder time getting their hands on weapons. And so, yeah, exactly. It's do you want to feel what Rambo feels like when he's firing a big machine gun? And they used to use lead rounds, and it created too much lead contamination to the point where Everett had to, take some time off and reconsider his options. And then they came up with this sand round. So it's compact sand. And so when you fire it, it feels the same, but when it hits the end of the shooting range targets, it just bursts into sand.
Yeah, that makes sense, because you don't need the impact of a bullet. You're not shooting anything but a target. Oh,
right. Yeah, it was. You could just tell that this guy loved his job and wasn't, really enjoys teaching gun safety and kind of ushering people through this experience. And he says they are loading rounds and getting people into the shooting range as fast as they can during peak time. So they do quite a good business there in Yellowstone, and specifically cater to Chinese tourists. That actually is part of the tour package for one tour company, is to come by there. Yeah, and it's right across the street from this grocery store, and so I think a lot of people just kind of come walking down the street and see the sign and stumble in curiously.
Yeah, you mentioned that one guy from Texas who he saw the sign, he's like, I got to do that, man. So even if you're from Wyoming or Texas or states that are, pretty pro firearm, that it's an opportunity to shoot something you may never own, you can't afford, or you just, the wife puts a certain maximum on the number of firearms you can have in the house. Darn it. Stuff you never have an opportunity to shoot. Or, yes, you can be from out of states that have more strict gun control. You can be from countries where Canada is very difficult, and China. And what an opportunity, just to mess around. Yeah, that's an expensive 20-second burst, maybe. The old ammo's expensive, but yeah, if you want to do a little Bonnie Clyde with the old Tommy gun, is that where the name Tommy gun comes from? Because it's a Thompson?
I think so.
Yeah.
He showed me and explained that we didn't fire that one. It's it's an older technology and a trickier technology. And so I don't think they actually have the round. I'm not sure as a paying client, you don't get the round artillery cartridge. It's a straight up and down, but it's still an old, vintage weapon. They had an Uzi that was right off the shoulder of a Israeli commando, straight out of the Israeli army. There's a whole menu. You can go online and it's in English and in Chinese.
That's so cool. What a great idea for a business. Yeah, and your next visit to Yellowstone, Big Gun Fun there in West Yellowstone. Super idea. And to complete the trifecta, David Madison, I mean, more power to you. If you can convince your higher-ups, your editors, to allow you to expense a story like this and spend time writing it, but we go right into the bar here. And David Madison, in the name of research, did the hard work of consuming beer and then figuring out how much it cost him. What states are the most expensive for beer lovers to buy a beer? Alaska, as you can imagine, because of the cost of getting anything to Alaska. But Wyoming, I kind of surprised to see Wyoming. Wyoming's a tough place to buy a beer. Expensive.
Yeah, two factors stood out. One is just the basic economic principle that delivering a product across great distances to a few people, that's hard to get a good margin on, right? And so it's just the sheer road miles. I spoke to a distributor in Jackson who, was saying that, just the trip down to Bondurant to supply the Elkhorn bar there. But yeah, that they take on extra expenses that, whereas a distributor in Fort Collins, distributes in a 5-mile radius, in northern Colorado. And so there's the economics of the transportation. But the one piece I hadn't quite gotten my head around until talking to these folks is that when you have a lot of chain grocery stores and truck stops and convenience stores, that if it's a chain, that they will, when it comes to Budweiser and Miller Lite and some of the more popular brands, Coors, that they'll use that as a loss leader. So they will really lower their margin on the cost of a 12-pack of Bud Light in order to get you into the store. And then that price of suppression ripples across the market. So you'll see that in Colorado, but not in not in Wyoming as much, because we just don't have as many of those of the chain stores. That was one diagnosis from a distributor I spoke to. But it's a real service that, when you sit down in a remote bar in Bondurant to have a cold one after doing a hike through the upper Hoback Basin, there's a lot that went into getting that to you at $3 a bud. And yes, one writer wrote in and said he couldn't believe that was really what they were selling it for, based on the wholesale price of a case of beer.
Yeah, he said you should charge more, right? Like,
that people, you know, people come from Jackson.
Yeah.
They show up at the Elkhorn and they'll write. He said that his name's escaping me right now, the owner of the Elkhorn, but he said they would write notes on their tab saying, "We paid twice as much in Jackson. You should charge more." But he's got a local clientele of ranch hands and, you know, outfitters that don't want to pay $6 for a Bud Light.
Well, it's a lot of it's marketing, like you explained, the loss leader thing, and you just don't have enough people, enough consumers in Wyoming to make any kind of marketing ever work, usually. At great distances to travel. Think about how much gasoline and diesel you're burning. Chad Taylor with Teton Distributors said on a lot of our routes, our drivers go 70 miles before they get to the next stop. Most of what they do is not unloading beer. It's driving. Like, you got to go a long way. And then it's just sheer supply demand. You mentioned that same dollar Budweiser in the Elkhorn, $3, go 35 miles up the road. Seriously, before you can even finish that Bud, I'll take the Bud to go out of the Elkhorn, and you're not supposed to be drinking driving, but before you can even finish it, you're in Jackson, and that same Bud's going to cost you twice that, $6. On average, Wyoming's second most expensive place to buy beer. David Madison did the hard research, man, bought a lot of cases of Bud Light to figure that out. Cheapest state to buy beer, David?
Illinois.
Yeah,
something like a case of domestics is, you know, in the $16-17 range.
Yeah, twice that in Alaska.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah, let me know how you can get nice, cozy, easy assignments like this. I want to do a marijuana story. How much does beer cost? And I'm going to shoot some guns for the weekend. Okay. And get paid for that. Wow.
Amen.
I'm impressed. Thanks, David.
You bet. We'll see you next week.
David Madison, Cowboy State Daily, and 3 stories that you should check out. Probably more fun to write than they are to read. Why you should not bring your marijuana into a national park like Yellowstone. I know you can buy it right there at the dispensary in Montana, and then just 10 miles later, if you want to roll it and spark it up, that's not legal, and you could be facing some harsh fines in Yellowstone National Park for burning one down. Wyoming's the second most expensive place to buy beer. What? And cool shop in West Yellowstone. Real big guns. You want to fire some real big guns? Great idea and a really cool place to check out. David Madison has all those stories. Let's take a quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back with more here on a Monday.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator John Barrasso, and I'm teaming up with the Wyoming Center on Aging at the University of Wyoming for their campaign, Tough Enough to Know Your Numbers. May is National High Blood Pressure Education Month. It's a good time to learn and educate yourself on maintaining a healthy blood pressure. Hypertension or high blood pressure is when the force of the blood going through your blood vessels is consistently too high. If untreated, this can cause all sorts of major problems, including heart disease, a heart attack, or stroke. Now, you can help control your high blood pressure by staying active, keeping a healthy diet, and knowing the proper use of medications if needed. It's worth knowing your blood pressure numbers and talking with your healthcare provider about what is best for you.
Are you tough enough to know your numbers? You can check out a blood pressure cuff kit in all 23 counties and 67 libraries across the state of Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
We're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday. Aaron Turpin going to join us here just a bit. We're going to talk about all things automotive. I want to talk about how tariffs are going to affect your new car purchase and whether that's driving up the pre-owned market. And I want to talk about, a whole bunch of things. Let's get Aaron in the room right now. And we'll talk cars and trucks and Jeeps, SUVs, all this stuff. We go to the Zoom room. Aaron Turpin's with us. He Cowboy State Daily Automotive Genius. He's our go-to guy when we need to learn stuff about automobiles. I want to start, Aaron, with tariffs. I see a story on the interwebs, and I've learned not to trust anything on the internet. Only trust Aaron Turpin.
Yeah. I would 100% agree with that.
The story is the story headline. Here's the premise. The 5 cars that are safest from tariffs and the 5 automobiles that are getting hit the hardest. So tariffs probably not equally influencing and affecting car sales, or maybe they are. First off, let's start out with, and this is tough because Aaron, I know you're an automotive specialist. You could swap out the muffler on a Mazda in about 18 minutes, and you can.
It depends on whether or not I can find my tools.
Where are they? I know. Every job you set out to do as a guy, yes, you go in the garage and like, where is it? Where did I put it? And getting to it, you put something in front of the toolbox. It's like 3 hours of preparation for 10 minutes of work, and then you got to put it all back. I hear you, man. But yeah, what are tariffs going to mean? I listened to a radio interview the other day with the head poobah of Ford. He was talking about their big plant in Kentucky and how, they're trying to, source parts made here in America. But the reality of it is a certain percentage of parts that go into your average automobile, they don't come from America, and they're susceptible to tariffs. So I don't know. It's a wide-ranging subject when we talk about tariffs, how they may affect your new car purchase, and when you might see that effect. What do you know about tariffs and the effect on the manufacturer recommended sticker price?
Well, it just so happens that last month I wrote an article for newatlas.com looking number crunching which vehicles would be least affected. And all I did was I took the numbers that the government itself puts out, part of the National Highway Transportation Safety Association, or I think that's what they're called, NHTSA. They put out a list every year of the vehicles, the parts content for every vehicle made.
Interesting. Yeah.
So those are usually out by February or March every year because most model year vehicles for the next model year, they're pretty much in production by October, November. And the list is really surprising. So most vehicles that are sold here are actually made here. So if you're counting just the government's requirement for putting made in the USA on it, which just means 51% US parts and labor, then most vehicles sold here are made here. The problem is that because of NAFTA, so the North American Free Trade Agreement, the numbers do not separate Canadian content from American content. It's considered the same. Although about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, it did start separating Mexico content. So content from Mexico. So right now, just using that list and nothing else, all I did was I compiled all the models off of that list and then combined them. So they do separate models and trim levels sometimes. And so you might have like the most American-made vehicle right now is actually the Kia EV9, which is an electric SUV. Only if that's all you look at. But if you look at the GT model, that's a 100% imported model. That takes it from 80% American-made to more like 45%. So it drops it off the list. So the most American vehicles are mostly Tesla models.
Yeah.
And then a couple of Hondas and a couple of Dodge and Jeeps. So it really just depends on what you're looking at. But the Jeep Grand Cherokee, the Honda Ridgeline little pickup truck, Tesla Model 3, all of those are in that list. Honda, almost all of Honda's vehicles are on the list if you're going a top 10. The Passport and the Pilot and the Odyssey are all made in the same plant down in Alabama. So they run off the line right next to each other. Jeep in Indiana has several vehicles like the Gladiator and the Cherokee and Grand Cherokee that are made there, as well as the Wrangler. And then Tesla, pretty much all their models, the Model Y and everything else, because the reason those tend to hit is because Tesla makes almost all their batteries domestically here. So they're making them in Nevada and Texas mostly. And then production is Texas and California. So there's a lot of vehicles that are made here, but they're usually not the vehicles people think of. You won't see, in fact, you won't see any General Motors vehicles in the top 10 most American made. You won't see any Ford vehicles on that list. And that's because they import a lot from Mexico, especially, but also some of their models are made in Europe and brought here. So there's a lot less than you would think. And for a long time, one of the most American-made vehicles ever is the Honda Civic. And it's dropped down a little bit because they've been pulling more and more parts the last couple of years from their plant in Mexico. But that's going to change again because they just announced that they're going to put the hybrid on the same line as this standard gas Civic. So you're going to see the Civic go up in that content.
Yeah. Well, what you're saying, Aaron, just jives with this interweb story anyway. Jeep is on the list. Honda is on the list for the 24 for the Honda Passport all-wheel drive, 76% domestically produced. The Tesla, as you mentioned, in the 80% range, depending on if you're talking about the Y, the Cybertruck, whatever. In the 80% of that vehicle is domestically derived. Ford wants to claim, at least for their Ford Mustang GT, as 80% domestically produced. Jeep is in there.
Yeah, that's a very specific model.
Yeah.
Our companies do that. So
Yeah.
the Mustang GT is the only one with the V8 engine, which is made in the US. The 6-cylinder ones, somewhere else, 4-cylinder, somewhere else. Also, I'm always careful with the lists that are put out by some of the bigger outlets because sometimes there's an agenda there. They will include metrics like amount of labor used, and that very, very much basically just favors companies that still use a lot of people to build a car versus the highly automated ones. And I think if you're just looking at most American made, the labor isn't really as important as where the stuff came from, because there's actually more labor in all those parts than there is in the actual assembly of the vehicle.
Good point, Aaron. Yes, and you see, by the way, this story I'm getting is from some interweb outfit calling itself Quartz, I want to say. And I can imagine, the people involved in this story are all driving Fords today for how high they rated the Ford in many of these categories. But yes, good point. There's, Mark Twain, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. We know we can always fudge the numbers depending. But yeah, there did just seem to be some connection to what you were saying when you mentioned Jeep, Honda, and certainly the Tesla is probably being less affected by tariffs because they're mostly, if you look at the combination of their parts, they're mostly domestically produced, at least over that 51% thing. Some of the ones that are going to be dinged the hardest, though, that are that are just flat out imports. Mazda, Honda, Hyundai, BMW makes the list. Even Subaru and Toyotas could see some tariff.
Toyota makes a lot of their stuff here, but they import a lot of parts from Japan to do that.
Yeah.
And Lexus, almost all Lexus models are imports. With the exception of their largest SUV, I believe every single Lexus model is imported from Japan. Mazda is kind of 50-50 on import versus domestic build, but Mazda doesn't have a lot of production capacity in the US. They're kind of in a partnership and sharing with General Motors for the most part to do that. And then BMW, they do have facilities here and they do build some of their SUVs here, but almost all their engines are imported. As far as I know, all of them are, but I may be wrong on that. But they do a lot of import. And companies like Volvo and I'm trying to think of some others, a couple of the British brands, Jaguar and so on, those are all imports. They do not have any facilities here for building, as far as I know. I know Volvo doesn't, and Jaguar, as far as I know, does not either. Jaguar is owned by Tata Motors, which is an Indian company, and once they bought them, they put a lot of work into consolidating their manufacturing, so it's mostly in Britain, in order to basically be cost effective, which is the only reason Jaguar still exists.
Yeah. That guy, by the way, the CEO or owner of Tata, whatever, he's a pretty cool dude. Very interesting guy. So,
very smart guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're talking to Aaron Turpin, automotive industry specialist, and let's talk about what this might mean. I know you don't have a crystal ball. We don't know if the tariffs are going to remain where they are, if they're going to back off, but let's
let's assume there are going to be an increase in tariffs, and it's going to cost more to get these parts, whatever that number is. Or even worse, there's a speculation that these things are going to cost more, and maybe dealerships will say, hey, these things, it's costing more. When can you expect, when is it safe to buy? Should we rush out and buy now that new vehicle? Because next year you're not going to want to. And how also, when, if this is not too much to bite off and chew, how also is this affecting the pre-owned market, which we know in the past few years has just been blowing up? I mean, if you got a pre-owned vehicle, the dealerships want it from you because they know they can flip it for a lot. What's going on now in the industry?
Well, we know from history, including very recent history, just looking back to the COVID times, the pre-owned market follows the new car market. If new car prices go up, pre-owned market gets more active, those prices go up. And those haven't recovered from COVID. They're still up. And inventory is still kind of iffy. There isn't a whole lot available. People are keeping their vehicles longer. So if the tariffs are actually slowing down sales, or will for sure, but it's already showing as of the first of this month, that some sales last month started to drop towards the end of the month for a lot of automakers. And it's because there's a lot of uncertainty. Vehicle is a big investment for people. So they're not going to go out and spend a bunch of money if they're not sure of what the finances are going to be like 6 months or a year from now. So there's a lot of that going on anyway. And then you're going to see some of these vehicles that are, automakers can't just spin it around and suddenly start making stuff here. So there's going to be years where if these tariffs go into effect at whatever level, there's going to be years before automakers can turn that, become U.S. made. And a lot of them are going to look at it and see it as a temporary problem because, if you have the option of spending, say, $15 billion to build a giant plant or refurbish one so that it can produce 50% more than it currently does or whatever, you can do that, but that's a long-term investment. You're talking 15 and 20 years to get that money back. If the tariffs are only going to last for 4 years, it's a temporary measure. Once the president's gone, somebody new comes in, they abolish all of that. Why would you spend that money? And I think most people, it's a roll of the dice and you have to decide as a business, what do you do? And I think most of the automotive industry sees this as temporary. They don't see it as a long-term issue. So they'll just have to weather it for the next 4 or 5 years, and then everything will go back to the way it was before or close to it. As far as consumers at the dealership, you're going to see prices start going up as soon as the tariffs actually go into effect, even if the vehicles on the lot are not necessarily affected by it because they were there before. So I would say if you're going to buy this year, I would do it in the next 2 months. You have about that much time. And I think a lot of the tariffs that are threatened are going to go down because it's pretty easy to look at Trump now and historically and see what he's done. These are negotiating tactics, and we've already seen Europe and other countries starting to come to the table and try to talk it down. The UK is in a very good position to talk it down because we actually export more to them than they import to us, send to us. So they're in a good position to negotiate. But we're going to see prices go up no matter what. Dealerships are not going to be able to capitalize on this very easily because the market right now is not in their favor. There are more cars than buyers. So they're going to have a tough time using this as an excuse to make a bunch of markups and try to make some cash. There's already a bunch of cash being thrown on the hood to get rid of inventory. So
interesting. Going back to what you're saying about whether the industry will be able to or will even want to pivot and retool plants and make big capital investments
and the cost of that, and by the time you recoup that, by trying to go more American made, or do you just wait out a presidential administration? I think we're seeing the same thing in the mining industry. You know, is this how long? You know, these are industries that can't just pivot in a couple of weeks. You know, they can't just change. Like they move like like an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, it's different. Some industries like oil and gas, they can jump on changes fairly quickly. So within half a year, they can be on it and have production way up. In automotive, you're not just talking about a plant to build the vehicle. You're also talking about the plant to bring all of the parts production here, and that's a huge amount of investment. And yeah, OEMs and then the automakers themselves, they're not going to throw that kind of money down based on something that's probably going to go away in 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. One last thing, and this is probably a topic for another time because it's probably a whole show, Aaron, but you mentioned you could see tariffs affect, let's say something is not terribly American made, like it's barely at all. It's going to be heavily affected by tariffs, but it's already bought and paid for, I guess, by the dealership, and it's already on the lot. Why is that price going to change? That's like when gas prices go up because of a storm in the Gulf. That fuel's already in the ground. How does that happen, Aaron?
Mostly it's capitalizing on an opportunity to make a little more money, but it's also a strategy. You're getting the consumer used to the idea that this other thing that's not our fault is going to affect prices. You see grocery stores, big box stores and so on, they all do the same thing. It's a way to incrementally or all of a sudden just shove the politics more or less in people's faces and say, it's not our fault, but prices are up, nothing we can do about it. It's like restaurants when they were serving eggs and eggs were extremely expensive, price on eggs went up. Whether or not they had a refrigerator back there with 500 eggs sitting in it, the price went up. So you're going to see that, I think. But that's a short-term thing because the actual cost of the tariff is going to hit.
Yeah, and as Aaron mentioned, it's going to hit, and it's going to hit if the tariffs do go through, if what we're seeing is real, and if a new car purchase is in your family budget and in your future, then the year 2025, you might want to get on that this month or next month.
And I would throw in that beyond that, there's other things that you should also be related to your car that you should also be purchased sooner than later. Tires costs are going to go up. Windshield wiper costs are going to go up. Filter costs are going to go up. Everything, all of those things, they're made from imported stuff. So you're going to see the price of tires especially go up.
Oh, you bearer of bad news, you, Aaron. Man. What have you, I saw the new Ford Ranger looks cool. You test drive a lot of stuff. What have you been in lately that has wowed you?
I just took a Genesis G90, which is a beautiful, big luxury sedan, and bought a bunch of chicken feed at the co-op. Filled the trunk.
You get to do errands while you're test driving. It has to be able to function as if you purchased. Yeah. I love it. Aaron Turpin, thanks for being on. You make the show better, man. Have a great Monday. That's Aaron Turpin, automotive specialist, talking about all things automotive. We got to have him on more often. He's fun. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
This summer, if you're hanging out at, a campground or you're barbecuing or having a picnic outdoors and this young lady comes up and challenges you to a game of horseshoes, beware. Get her name, ask for ID. If it's Tracy Binkard, don't put any money on it. She's a ringer. She's like the closest thing to a professional horseshoe pitcher you're ever going to find. She can do things with a horseshoe that farriers only dream of. Tracy Binkard has attended the Women's State Championship in horseshoe throwing, horseshoes. She's been there 7 times. She won the title 4 times. She's 4 of 7. She's heading again to the Wyoming State Championship, looking for her 5th title in 8 years. Tracy Binkard, Wyoming Ace Horseshoe Champion. You didn't know there was such a thing, did you? If you're a Gen Z, if you're new, if you're youngish, I have to explain horseshoes. You probably don't even know what horseshoes is. Horseshoes is the precursor to cornhole. It's the predecessor to cornhole. You know cornhole. I mean, beanbags and a board and a hole. Horseshoes, similar. You chuck a horseshoe at a stake. It takes a while to perfect your throw, but at the age of 38, Binkard has got it down. She said, I took to it quickly. And within a short amount of time, she hits the circuit now. 4-month season of tournaments organized by the Wyoming Horseshoe Pitching Association kicked off earlier this month in May. Binkard, by the way, lives in Cheyenne. She has to put some miles on to get to some of these events. She's going to head to Salt Lake City in July to compete against the best of the best. But Tracy Binkard horseshoe throwing champion, state champion. She is your state female champion horseshoe chucker. I guess they call it horseshoe pitching. Anna Louise Jackson has that story in the Cowboy State Daily, where you get to meet all kinds of interesting people. You get to meet people that are doing something you didn't even know was a thing, right? I mean, some of us recreationally have pitched a horseshoe or two in our life. We're probably not very good at it. Horseshoes, you find, are heavy. I have access to a horseshoe. What do you call it? A horseshoe field? No, they're not a field. A horseshoe pit. The stakes and the sand and all that. I have horseshoes right outside with available horseshoes. I can walk outside right here, and in 20 short steps, I could be at a horseshoe pitch or whatever. What are they? Horseshoe field, the horseshoe stadium. But even with easy access to horseshoes, I still have not quite perfected my game. I'm still really bad at it. I'm not gonna beat Tracy Bernard. I'll tell you that. Yeah, horseshoes, state throwing horseshoe champ, Tracy Binkard. Read that story, the Cowboy State Daily. Who knew? Who knew there was such a thing as people who pitch horseshoes for championship belts? I did not know that. We're going to get wowed when we come back from top of the hour news break. There's more to come on the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
No young person should ever
It's time
have
to take a
worry
look
about
at what's
having a
happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Several small-town museums are facing financial questions they hadn't expected after federal funding for the humanities was unexpectedly canceled by the Trump administration in April. The Meeteetse Museum, the Old West Museum in Cheyenne, the Homesteader Museum in Powell, and the Buffalo Bill Center of the West in Cody are just a few of the organizations scrambling to fund ongoing projects that have had grants canceled mid-project. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke to representatives from several of these historic preservation sites about how they're working through these unexpected financial burdens.
For these small museums like that, this is kind of a big deal. Where is that money going to come from? And can they even get out of their contract now? Because they signed contracts with the federal government too about how the money would be spent if they suddenly backtrack and cancel their contract with this company. I'm not even sure they could legally do that, first of all. But what about the money that's already been spent?
The cancellation of funding has left many museums across the state wondering about the status of grants they've only partially received, as well as raised questions about the future avenues to support programs. Well, dive bombing wolves with drones has scared wolves away from cattle in Oregon. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines spoke with one expert who hopes to work with ranchers in Colorado and Wyoming to see if drones have a similar effect on wolves here.
It's not just drones themselves. What seems to work most effectively with these animals is if they put loudspeakers on the drone so people can yell at the animal through the loudspeakers, or flashing lights or something that's going to be really irritating and or frightening to the animals.
Drones capable of carrying the necessary equipment, such as loudspeakers and night vision cameras, cost about $5,000 to $10,000 each. But if the idea catches on, cattle and sheep ranches might be able to use them for more than just chasing off wolves. They could also possibly be used to scare away other predators such as bears and mountain lions. Blake Shelton's 30th song to hit #1 on the country music charts is titled Texas, and part of that success can be attributed to Gillette native and Nashville songwriter Josh Dorr. Dorr is one of the 4 songwriters for Texas, a song about hitting the bar and wondering what's been lost after a breakup. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to the Wyoming native about how the song came about.
He just got together with some of his friends during a jam session in Nashville, and they started crafting the lyrics behind this. A recording of that song ended up in front of Blake Shelton's manager, and he said, that's Blake Shelton's next #1 hit. And sure enough, that's what's happened. I spoke with Josh, and he's super psyched about the fact that he has a #1 hit that he can add to his growing list of accolades in the music industry.
Dorr has been working as a singer-songwriter in Nashville for 15 years. He's already had considerable success writing songs for country artists like Jordan Davis, John Party, and Colby Cooper. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skills and experiences, you're exactly what your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Sarah Roberts at Serve Wyoming at 307-234-3428 or RSVP at servewyoming.org.
On the west side of Laramie lives a dive bar that may be the inspiration for a lovable piece of pop culture Americana, Moe's Tavern from the hit animated TV show The Simpsons. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson visited with the owner of Bud's Bar, Shelley Peterson, who believes her bar did inspire Moe's because of the similarities of their two designs, and a man named Sean Hart, an artist and former patron from Laramie who worked on The Simpsons.
I went and visited it on a Tuesday night, and it was everything as advertised. It was a dive bar to the fullest. The place was fairly busy for a Tuesday night, but the people there were having a grand old time, and they have kind of a diagram there at the bar that they show off explaining some of the connections that they think they have to the Moe's Bar in The Simpsons. And some of the connections there might be some legitimacy. Some of them are pretty common, I think, in almost any bar. It was very interesting to kind of hang out there and talk to the locals.
Bud's actually has a long history that dates back much farther than The Simpsons. It's the second oldest continually existing bar in Laramie and has a rough and tumble past, known for attracting bikers and the occasional fight. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Monday, May 12. Coming up this day in history, we're going to do a little rodeo as well. Hey, thank you, Edward, for doing the math for me. I missed it. I ended up having to do my own math. Edward chimes in. I was wondering, the jockey that rode... Let's go to the Zoom room first and get Dale Killingbeck in here. We'll see if Dale knows the answer to this, just for the heck of it. But thank you, Edward, for letting me know the answer back when I was trying to figure out. I was trying to do some math, Dale, and I gave myself a headache because the simplest math I'm woefully underprepared for. The jockey of the Kentucky Derby, Junior Delgado, I forget his name now. He got fined for hitting Sovereignty too many times with a whip.
I didn't even know there was such a thing. But there's an agency that monitors and for the care of the thoroughbreds, and you're only allowed 6 whacks with your crop in the race.
That's fascinating. I didn't know that either.
I didn't know, and he got fined for hitting him 8 times. And I'm trying to think, well, was it worth it? You know, I mean, if that's the only way you're going to win and sovereignty doesn't look like he's going to get there and he needs 2 extra, incentives, $62,000 fine represents 20% of what that jockey made riding the winning horse and I tried, all right, 60. So how much did he make on the winning horse? And the math, like I had to get on the internet and I had asked my listener, and finally Edward said $310,000. Okay. So, yes, I mean, if you get $310,000 for being on the winning Mount Kentucky Derby, run for the roses, maybe $62,000 is totally worth the 2 extra hits. I don't know. Just shooting it out there. And I just thanks Edward for doing the math for me. Casper continues to be a city plagued by just too much violence. Casper, you got to clean up your act. Anything new before we head to this courtroom and a plea deal? Anything new on the shootings last night? It's kind of weird. 2 shootings, 3 people to Banner Hospital. And as far as we know, not related at all, but they both happened similar times, Sunday night, Mother's Day night. Do you know anything new right now, Dale, this morning?
No, I don't. I've got to call into the police, but nothing new yet on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, another round of shootings in Casper.
Strange, because Casper is usually known for its stabbings, unfortunately. I don't even want to make light of this stuff because it's gotten out of hand. And it caught the worst of it when you talk about teen violence and these stabbings is the mall incident last year. It's just horrific. I feel for the 14-year-old victim, Bobby. I mean, imagine, you have an argument with somebody on the playground or in a basketball court. That argument escalates to the point where this guy is now looking for you. I'm hunting you down and you're going to pay for that. And next thing you know, you get a call from your girlfriend. She's at the mall and she's like, that guy looking for you is here and he's bothering me and harassing me. Poor Bobby runs over there to help his girlfriend and is stabbed for his trouble, stabbed to death. And now we get the 16-year-old. We got a plea deal that I guess is going to put him away for life. What happened at this trial?
Well, what happened was that what was unusual about that is that, typically the judge asks at a plea deal, they ask the person that's the defendant, to tell me what happened. But in this case, the prosecutor told the judge what happened in both charges. So the stabbing of Bobby Maher and also the threatening of his friend at the mall. So the next step is going to be a pre-sentence report, and then he'll be sentenced. Yeah, it's up to life, but I think because he's a juvenile, it's going to end up not being life. I think it's after. I can't be quoted on that, but there's a certain amount of years that he has to serve, and then he's going to be, because of his youth, eligible to be released.
Which might make it more significant when you hear the details of the plea deal. In exchange for the guilty plea, the prosecuting attorney was willing to drop the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which sounds like, Plunkett getting on the bus saying, "Where's Maher?" There was a conspiracy. There was a premeditated something, and then you also have misdemeanor theft. The knife came from a Target where he stole that. I thought he was being tried as an adult, but I could be wrong.
No, he is being tried. He is tried as an adult. That's correct.
Okay. Life sentence and then 10-year aggravated assault. That's for the threat with a knife on somebody else. Right. It's just I hope we're getting the maximum justice because, this kind of stuff, this is big city crime. Like, this belongs somewhere else. Come on, Casper.
Right. And that was from there was a series of things that happened last year. So, there was the kid that shot his girlfriend. He's been sentenced, and now
Yeah.
this. And there's still his co-defendant to be dealt with, and his trial is scheduled right now. It's scheduled for September. So there may be a plea deal there at some point.
Let's go next to the story about the Kelly Walsh High School. A young lady, a transfer from Riverton off the reservations, Fira Arguello. She wants to honor her upbringing, honor her Native American heritage by wearing some traditional regalia at graduation. But the high school is like, no, we want to make it all uniform. It's a cap and gown. If we allow you to do this, what about the other minorities? The principal actually used that term. It's a tough call because you do, as the school, as Kelly Walsh High School at graduation, you want everybody to look the same in their cap and gown. This is about tradition and that kind of formality. But you also want your students to be able to show some kind of self-expression. But yes, if you allow Native American to do their thing, then some other goofball wears a Metallica T-shirt to, I don't know. Where do you think this is going?
Well, actually the school district, after we published the story, they sent a clarification that she can wear they're going to let her wear her regalia under her gown. And then afterwards, I think it's because I talked to somebody in Riverton, and what they do there is after you walk through and get your diploma, you can take your gown off and show off your regalia. But as far as the beaded cap, I don't think they're going to allow that.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, I wasn't sure where to have an opinion on that. It's tough for her. It's tough for that young lady, but I could also see the school's point where if you let one exception to the dress code of graduation, then people might take it too far. How about this story about the Casper-based ministry founder Patrick Klein? I was super interested. How did you meet this guy, and tell us more about him?
Yeah, Patrick started a ministry, Vision Beyond Borders, and what he does, it started when he was in college at a Bible Institute down in Texas, and he went on this trip to China, and they smuggled Bibles into China as a college student. He did that, and he met this pastor there, a Chinese pastor who spent 22 years in prison, and so he asked him, how can we help you? And he said, number one, pray. And secondly, we need Bibles. And so he began smuggling Bibles into China. And he's smuggled in thousands over the years. He said he's made about 1,000 trips, but he's been kicked out of China now. He was kicked out once, and he changed his name and got a new passport, kept smuggling Bibles. And then because they have facial recognition and things now, he got caught the second time, and now he can't go back into the country. But there's people associated with the ministry that are still smuggling Bibles into China.
Wow, what efforts by this guy. What a hero. For 30 years, he's been smuggling Bibles to countries where, there is Christian persecution in other countries. Believe it or not, certainly China, where just spreading the gospel and just sharing Bibles is a no-no. Patrick Klein, he's probably got some stories to tell, I'll bet. You mentioned that he's got 8 passports that he's used, and he's even managed to put some contacts together with that facility housing Venezuelans that we just heard about in the news now with the Trump administration. So he's everywhere.
Right. They're helping with trying to rescue children and women with sex trafficking in Southeast Asia. They're involved with getting Bibles into the prisons in El Salvador. They're just all over the place in the world doing different things. And he's basically open to anything. If he sees a need, they're going to try and help. They have a lot of stuff going on in Cuba right now too.
Well, the founder, the idea comes from Patrick Klein, and 30 years later, it's now a $2.5 million nonprofit, Vision Without Borders, organized in 1994.
Yeah, it's actually, I made a mistake, and I'm sending in a correction. It's Vision Beyond Borders.
Thank you. Okay. Good to note. And then one last thing, Dale, the Gillette firefighter who, he died back in 1989, but continues to save people. How do you, as a firefighter, how do you continue to save people from burning buildings when it's just your memory that's left? But it is possible in the case of Alan Mickelson. Tell us how.
Yeah, because after he died in that fire, his colleagues at the fire department and the whole city came together, raised funds, and they built this really good training facility for firefighters and others in the north part of Gillette. So they train on, different techniques, putting out fires. They've got built, smoke building. They've got houses that they can practice rescue in. And just other components to the facility that allow them to practice their trade.
Yeah, it's really neat. I know they have a good one. I want to say it's outside of Riverton, but places where, you intentionally burn the same house over and over so these firefighters can practice and with the assurance that something's not going to go wrong or collapse on them. In the case of this guy, it was a church building that collapsed while he was in there, going back to 1989. Alan Mickelson, lost but not forgotten, as his a training facility and his name continues to prepare firefighters to do what they do. Although you can instill that bravery and that courage. These guys, man, they put it on the line, these men and women, every time they go out and answer the call and slide down the pole. You never know. All right, Dale. Wow, that was a lot of stuff over the weekend. Busy guy.
It was. So we're staying busy here in Casper.
I just passed through there the other day. I love eating at the Texas Roadhouse in Evansville. Love it. But if you can do anything, get the Casper city officials on finally finishing that downtown highway, the road. That thing's been forever, that whatever they're doing with the highway. Come on, fix that.
I think that's been going on since I've been with Cowboy State.
Right.
Since I moved out here from Michigan. It's still happening. So anytime
they want to finish that up would be all right with me. Golly. All right, thanks, Dale. Have a great Monday.
You too.
Dale Killingback, Cowboy State Daily, with plenty of stories you should be reading if you want to stay up on things. We're going to take a quick break, come right back with a little Rodeo Roadshow, a little This Day in History. It's May 12th. We'll do it after this. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Today is May 12th. These things happened in history. Not many things today in Wyoming. Kind of a quiet day in history. Well, we need those once in a while. Some days are just filled with too many things. This day in 1865, Colonel Thomas Moonlight's expedition of the recently arrived 11th Kansas Cavalry reached Wind River in Wyoming, but failed to encounter the Cheyenne. Thomas Moonlight's outfit was looking to find the Cheyenne and lay down some retribution for the Cheyenne's raiding west of Fort Laramie. This day, 1905, in London, a plaster model of a Wyoming Diplodocus dinosaur. Let's just say a Diplo. So I know lots of 7-year-old kids that could probably pronounce this dinosaur better than I did. That I've never been dinosaur crazy. It's a Wyoming Diplo. Plaster model was formerly dedicated at the Natural History Museum in London. The bones used to create the cast were excavated at Como Bluff, Wyoming. We learned today in a story from Andrew Rossi about what percentage of bones in your average dinosaur exhibition, if you see a dinosaur, his whole skeletal structure in a museum, let's say, what percentage of that dinosaur is the actual bones dug up, and how much of it was recreated from, plaster? You'd be surprised how little of those bones are just actual dinosaur bones. Like, not many. We'll talk about that story later. 1920, this day, Wyoming National Guard reconstituted as the 1st Regiment. All right. 1922, spring blizzard hits northeastern Wyoming. May 12th, 1922, spring blizzard. They can be the worst. Spring blizzards can be the worst kind. This day, 2021, Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney was removed from her number 3 spot in the Republican congressional leadership over her refusal to accent, her refusal to assent, her refusal to, that's not the correct word that you want there, dude. The guy who writes she refused to acquiesce, maybe is the word he wants. Demands she ignore or deny the role Trump played in the 2021. Yeah, I mean, we all know what Liz did and didn't do over the whole Capitol riot thing. And it was this day in 2021 that Liz Cheney was removed from her spot on the Congressional Leadership Committee. All right. These things happen on this day in history. It's time to rodeo. Can't wait. I got back from a rodeo just last night up there in Gillette.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Redding, California. Today, a visit with Tilden Hooper, a 9-time national finals qualifier. He's number 6 in the world, just won Clovis, California. Today, we talk about the young bareback riders coming up and some goals he has set for himself in 2025. Tilden Hooper on the Roadshow, coming up next.
The American Lamb Board wants 2025 to be the best year yet for education. Lamb Checkoff-funded programs include workshops and summits aimed at equipping sheep producers with the necessary tools and resources to profitably grow their operations. Like the American Lamb Summit, July 22nd through 25th, University of Idaho in Moscow. Event highlights include defining lamb quality and hitting carcass targets and increasing production efficiency. Learn more and register at lambboard.com.
Meet your new ally in the battle against weeds. Cohort is a next-level adjuvant designed to strengthen herbicides requiring an AMS. As the ultimate companion for post-emergence applications, Cohort helps herbicides produce faster, more complete weed control while ensuring consistent and effective performance. Trade in your dry AMS bag this season for multiple technologies in one convenient liquid. Contact your local Helena representative or authorized dealer for more information about Cohort. Always read and follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
Yeah, no, they're showing up and they're ready to go. You know, sorry. One thing I noticed a lot of these guys do now is, you know, and not all of them. There's your exceptions, but it seems like these guys stay on their permit for an extra year or so and get it figured out a little bit more before they buy their rookie card. So a lot of rookies out there winning a lot and making a run at the national finals.
So, 37 years old. Wouldn't it be nice? I'm not saying you're old, but I'm saying you might have more yesterdays in the bareback riding world than tomorrows. So is your goal this year to full speed ahead, try to make the finals?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty eyes wide open on this deal. You know I don't even know how much longer I'll want to do this, you know, and so I'm thankful to have the desire and have the ability right now, and I'm gonna try to capitalize on the good horses coming my way. And I mean, I've qualified to the national finals before, and I'd love to go back, but I want to go back with a chance to win the championship. Like I don't intend on going back to get it back. So it's full speed ahead. Let's get it on for the rest of the summer.
Tilden Hooper of Carthage, Texas, the 9-time qualifier to our Super Bowl of rodeo. On the Road Show today, 16 in the world, as a matter of fact. On the Rodeo Road Show, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Thank you, Will, and get our rodeo in. Yeah, a good rodeo up there in the Camplex in Gillette, Wyoming over the weekend. I was there to announce that or to do the play-by-play for the Cowboy Channel and for my local rodeo. And it was fun to watch those high school kids. Always fun to watch high school kids rodeo. Every time I see high school kids rodeoing, I think, man, the future of the world is secure if we just have more rodeoers, more rodeo kids. In general, there's just good people. Not likely you're going to have somebody that grew up in rodeo, that participates in rodeo, become one of those Casper teen stabbers? Not likely. They got good upbringing. They got good grounding. They got good morals. They're on the right way. They're good kids. They're good folk. Rodeo people is good people. And I know that's generalizing, and it's, you can't make generalizations and sweeping generalizations like that, but I just did. So what? Rodeo people are not going to be the ones out there stabbing people at the mall. They're too busy bucking hay, hauling water, polishing tack, and then doing their thing, man, swinging a rope, whatever. It's a lot of work, a lot of dedication, and it's a lifestyle. And rodeo people, these rodeo kids, I got all the faith in them. There's no better way to grow up than in rodeo. Some of these kids are pretty darn good at it. Man, it was fun to watch. Gillette Camplex, great place, great facility. They were good to us. Gillette, not one of my favorite towns to be in, but it was really nice. The Boot Barn in Gillette, holy cow, is gigantic. And a fun rodeo. Casper is the next city this weekend. Wyoming High School Rodeo is going to Casper. Get ready, Casper. A lot of horse trailers going to be pulling in. President Trump is set to sign, or did sign, or promises he'll sign an order limiting drug prices. Who can't get with this? I mean, this is bipartisan, right? Right down to the most staunch Democrat. You've got to be in agreement with this. The only pushback, and it's going to be significant, is going to come from big pharma, from big medicine. They're going to cry about how the reason medicine costs so much, your average pill for whatever, is because of the R&D that went into it. So much research and development that we need a patent for a certain amount of years so we can have a monopoly on this pill, this magic pill, and this magic pill is going to break the bank. And President Trump, like a lot of Americans, say there's no reason these medicines have to cost so much when the exact same pill in Mexico is so much cheaper. How many people have you heard of anecdotally, or maybe you even know someone who goes to another country, Canada, Mexico, and either legally or illegally gets your needed medication there because it's so much cheaper? Why is that? Well, President Trump wants to know why is that. And he wants to put an end to it. Trump promising he'll direct the Department of Health and Human Services to look into Medicare. He'll put a tie-in, whatever Medicare pays for medications administered in a doctor's office. He's going to make sure that us in the U.S. pay whatever the lowest price is in other countries. So if you can find that same pill in India or that same medication in Mexico City, that's the price it should be in the United States. The lowest price should be what you pay here in the U.S. Could he ever achieve this? Well, most experts saying no way. It'll be impossible. Big Pharma's going to challenge him every step of the way. But President Trump promising to sign an order that would limit drug prices. I think everybody can get behind that. Maybe not everybody's behind this. I know the president is taking quite a bit of flack for his decision to get a new Air Force One. I mean, he doesn't like the old one. He says really old and junky. I mean, the president of the United States traveling around in a 40-year-old Air Force One? It's embarrassing. says President Trump. It might have been good for Biden, the Donald says, but I ain't riding in that junky 40-year-old Air Force One. I want a good plane, a nice plane with a lot of gold, I think. By the way, President is on his way. Tomorrow, he'll visit Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. You're talking about the three most glitzy Middle Eastern countries, Arab-speaking nations. Qatar, filthy rich country. United Arab Emirates, glitz, man. Tons of money, all oil money. Saudi Arabia, they're not hurting. Yeah, President Trump tomorrow is going to head for a 3-nation trip visiting some pretty exclusive Arabian countries. Likely he's going to drop in Qatar because he's thinking about kicking the tires on a new Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet to use as his new Air Force One. He's going to get it from Qatar. This is a $400 million airplane. And before you start getting on Trump for spending taxpayer money on a new plane when you have a perfectly good 40-year-old Air Force One, Trump says, this is a gift. Democrats and Republicans all called the president out, outraged over news that was broke by ABC over the weekend. ABC said that President Trump planned to take a $400 million Boeing 747-8 jumbo jet to use as the new Air Force One. He was going to get it from Qatar. And boy, did he hear about it. So the clapback from the president on his X platform called Truth Social. I don't know. Trump's back on X, right? He's not kicked off anymore now that he's BFFs with Musk. But Trump still likes to use Truth Social to announce things. And he jumped on Truth Social the other day to come back at those who were mad about him getting a new Air Force One from Qatar. He said, so the fact is the Defense Department is getting a gift free of charge, Trump said, of a 747 aircraft to replace the 40-year-old Air Force One temporarily in a very public and transparent transaction. Trump continued, so it so bothers crooked Democrats that they insist we pay top dollar for the plane. I guess the Democrats are mad that he's going to get a gift, a $400 million airplane from Qatar that they insist he pays. Trump said, crooked Democrats insist we pay top dollar for the plane when it's going to be gifted to the Defense Department. Anybody can do that, Trump said. The Dems are world-class losers. 3 exclamation points. And he ended the statement with MAGA, Make America Great Again. Yeah, President Trump visiting United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia this week, starting tomorrow. And presumably when he's in Qatar, when the Air Force One lands in Qatar, it'll take off to United Arab Emirates with a different plane. Probably leave Air Force One right there. He'll probably just trade it in. You guys want to trade in here? Take this junker. Or he should keep it for Vance to ride around in. JD Vance. Maybe that'll be his plane. Air Force Two. Maybe Air Force One will now be Air Force Two. He'll say, I don't want to be caught riding around in this janky Air Force One, but you, JD, this would be good for you. You ride around in this. I want the new gilded, there's going to be gold on that thing, on the Qatar airplane. The thing's going to be all kinds of gold gilded. What other story that I want to get to before we take a break? Oh, yeah, the Gillette songwriter. Congrats to this guy. I don't know if I would call it a smash country hit. Maybe. The song Texas, I haven't even heard it yet. But I can't keep up with Blake Shelton's catalog of hits. Blake Shelton has got a lot of number one hits, obviously. And his latest is called Texas. I have not heard it. Has anybody heard it yet? Number one song on the country charts right now. And it's the 30th number one hit. Texas is Blake Shelton's 30th song to hit number one on the country music charts. The reason we're talking about it is it was co-written by a Wyoming guy. Josh Dorr was a singer-songwriter from Gillette, co-wrote Texas along with 3 other writers. That's how they do it in Nashville. They all sit down at a writing session. They sit down at the table and they write a hit song and they say, who wants this? They sell it and somebody has interest in it and they buy it. And, that's how the music machine works in Nashville. Well, that's what Dorr is doing nowadays. He's a Gillette native, but he's been in Nashville for like 15 years. And he's been writing songs. He's written songs for Lana Del Rey, written songs for Quavo, who is former frontman of Migos. He's written a few songs. He's written a few hits, but this is a big one. He loves to have this as a feather in his cap, an arrow in his quiver. He now has a number one song with Blake Shelton called Texas, and it came about kind of quite by accident. It was the result of a little bit of a jam session. Dorr talked about it with Andrew Rossi for the Cowboy State Daily. Josh Dorr said, I went to work that day in Nashville, clocked in, and I had a session that got canceled. And so did another songwriter, maybe somebody next door. Everyone's session got canceled that day. So suddenly he and 3 other songwriters had nothing to do. They're just twiddling their thumbs. And Josh Dorr said, well, as long as we're here, why don't we see if we can come up with something? The other songwriters, Johnny Clausen, Kyle Sturrock, and Lalo Guzman, Dorr said they all had sessions canceled that day, so they all got together and said, let's see what happens. And Dorr remembers Lalo started playing this Spanish guitar thing, and we all started just vibing on that. And then Johnny Clausen, he was going through a breakup at the time. And Johnny said, every time I go out to a bar or go out, people are like, how's your girl? And he's like, she's not my girl anymore. And they'd say, well, where is she? And he said, I don't really know. She's probably somewhere in Texas. And they all said, Johnny, you're hurting about your lost girl, but that sounds like a country song. Sure enough, you put the little Spanish guitar thing and you get Johnny Clausen going through a breakup. Where's your girl? She's not my girl, and she's somewhere in Texas. Oh, this sounds like a song, and it sounded like a song that Blake Shelton should be singing. At least it did to the guy who's in charge of Blake Shelton's career, Scott Hendricks, record producer. He oversees the career of Blake Shelton, Garth Brooks, other legendary performers. He heard the song and he said, man, that's a hit. As soon as he heard it, Jeremy played it for Scott. He said, that's a number one hit for Blake Shelton. I'll buy that song. Sure enough, Blake records it a few weeks later. It's on Blake Shelton's 2024 release for recreational use only. And it's a number one hit. Pretty good for a day's work. Josh Dorr, Gillette
singer-songwriter, working in Nashville now, and he's now got another new #1 hit. Here's Andrew Rossi talking about the story with Wendy Core.
Well, Blake Shelton's 30th song to hit #1 on the country music charts is titled Texas. And part of that success can be attributed to Gillette native and Nashville songwriter Josh Dorr. Dorr is one of the 4 songwriters for Texas, a song about hitting the bar and wondering what's been lost after a breakup. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to the Wyoming native about how the song came about.
He just got together with some of his friends during a jam session in Nashville, and they started crafting the lyrics behind this. It's not really a breakup song, it's a post-breakup song, because apparently all the single ladies go to Texas after they break up with their guy. So they just crafted a song around that concept. A recording of that song ended up in front of Blake Shelton's manager, and he said, that's Blake Shelton's next #1 hit. And sure enough, that's what's happened. I spoke with Josh, and he's super psyched about the fact that he has a #1 hit that he can add to his growing list of accolades in the music industry.
Dorr has been working as a singer-songwriter in Nashville for 15 years. He's already had considerable success writing songs for country artists like Jordan Davis, John Party, and Colby Cooper.
Yeah, way to go, Josh. Oh, I'm happy for Josh Dorr, happy for anybody from Wyoming that achieved some recognition in their job and their vocation. That's a pretty cool story. Thank you, Andrew Rossi, for bringing it to the attention of this radio show. We need to get back to more. We're in the home stretch of a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. This one final break, and we'll be right back.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Oh, heads up. There's an elephant stampede coming to Jackson, Wyoming. 32 elephants in this herd. The story from Andrew Rossi. Herd of 32 life-size elephants on the way for a month-long stay in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. It's going to be the latest exhibition of the National Museum of Wildlife Art, which is a fantastic museum. If you get a chance, definitely stop by. Save it for like a rainy day thing if you're visiting Jackson on your way to or from Yellowstone. You're doing the summer trip. Budget a couple of days in Jackson, or as many as you can afford. And if you get a rainy day, certainly pop into this museum. It's really sweet. National Museum of Wildlife Art. And coming to the museum, pretty cool outdoor exhibit. This will be outside because I don't know you can fit 32 life-size elephants inside. It'd be a tight fit. The exhibition is called The Great Elephant Migration, a public art exhibition promoting conservation and coexistence with wildlife. And the National Museum of Wildlife Art in Jackson, proud to be able to land this exhibition. It wasn't easy, I can't imagine. Madison Webb Stanko, the museum's chief marketing officer, talked about it. She said this exhibit is about sharing space, supporting local conservation agencies, and learning to live alongside these wild animals. Elephants are so cool. They're so smart. We hear stories all the time about things elephants do in the wild that are uncannily smart and emotional. Like the elephant, you hear stuff. The elephants apparently mourn their dead. Elephants are capable of feeling emotion if you observe their behavior in the wild, and they're really, really smart. Remember, not that long ago, last month, that earthquake in California and the elephants at the San Diego, I think it was the San Diego Zoo, and they formed like the circle of protection. There was an earthquake, and the elephants all circled and protected inside the inner circle, the youngest and most vulnerable of their family. Like, that is weird. That is so cool. Instinctual behavior. When you feel the ground shake, they thought, some other elephants are coming. It's so smart. The herd, by the way, this public exhibition has been on a year-long journey across the United States since last July, making stops in museums across the country. Spent a couple of months in New York City. And after that, moved through Miami, Florida, Houston, Texas. The herd will be arriving in Jackson here pretty soon for the summer for a month. Only 32 of the elephants will be used in the Jackson display. Apparently there are more. Wow. I don't know how many total. Is that in the story? But 32 of them is all they can fit outside the National Museum of Wildlife Art. It's pretty cool. I'm looking at the photos and the story of the display of the exhibition, and yeah, it's pretty neat. They look very lifelike. Each one of these things cost about $28,000 to produce. I think I saw $28,000. Look very lifelike, very real, very detailed. And excited to see this exhibit come to Jackson Hole. Check it out, National Museum of Wildlife Art. The story from Andrew Rossi. It's in the Cowboy State Daily. A herd of 32 life-size elephants on the way to Jackson for a month-long display at the National Museum of Wildlife Art. It's just north of town, up there on the hill. You can't miss the unique-looking building. And that'll be pretty neat. 32 of the elephants. The rest of them are going to the Blackfeet Reservation in Browning, Montana, Well, they'll be on display in early June. Yeah, that's awesome. Here's just a quick update on that weather forecast. Keeping an eye on it for you. Today looks pretty good across the state. Tomorrow, less good. And Wednesday, ugh, kind of naughty. Don Day with more on the weather.
Well, after a beautiful weekend of very warm summer-like conditions across the Cowboy State, we will see the week start off with a similar type of pattern, at least for today and into part of Tuesday. Temperatures will still be very mild, some breezy areas, a few widely scattered showers and thunderstorms, mainly in western Wyoming today. Now, late tomorrow into Wednesday, be ready for a change. The state and region will be much cooler Tuesday night through Friday, probably into the weekend as well, with a couple of storm systems. The first one will bring a good chance of significant rain to portions of western and northern Wyoming with, yeah, you guessed it, some high elevation snow Tuesday and Wednesday night in the mountains of the north, central, and the west. So be ready for unsettled weather to return by midweek.
Yeah, you guessed it, Snow. I didn't guess it, Don. I didn't even want it. I didn't even wish it. Snow, 4-letter word, on the way for Wednesday in some areas. Certainly mountain elevations, mountain passes on Wednesday going to be problematic travel. And I know the National Park Service advising visitors to Yellowstone to keep a heads up and factor into your travel Wednesday. You'll be seeing snow, maybe even significant amounts of snow in Yellowstone National Park on Wednesday. So plan accordingly with your travel in the middle of the week. That'll do it, man. We wrapped ourselves up on a Monday. We still didn't give to half the stuff we need to get to. We'll save it for tomorrow, I guess. Including Patton Oswalt, the actor, stand-up comedian, is going to be playing Casper this weekend. Don't miss those shows. That's going to be fun. Patton Oswalt, funny dude. He'll be in Casper this weekend. We'll talk more about that tomorrow, let you know how you get tickets and what you do. We'll do a whole bunch more tomorrow. For now, have yourselves a great Monday from the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I'm Jake saying so long.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.